have received the notice of impeachment and subsequently the County Assembly of Meru resolved to remove you from office through impeachment. Is that the reason why you're before the Senate today?
Yes.
You have had an occasion to look at all the materials presented by the County Assembly in support of the impeachment. You've also had an opportunity to file a response to that motion.
Yes.
That is the response before the Senate, the one dated 3rd of November 2023?
Yes.
Together with your affidavit in support of your response?
Yes.
Would you wish, first of all, to affirm that the contents therein form part of your response?
Yes.
Thank you. You were also present at the Senate yesterday when counsel for the County Assembly described you in a certain manner through comparison with a certain criminal in Europe.
Yes, I was.
Is that a true description of your personality?
No, not at all.
Not at all. Specifically, the counsel for the County Assembly accused you of demeaning this House by making a mockery of the impeachment process that found you not guilty in December last year. Did you at any time make a mockery of the proceedings?
Counsel for Governor.
No.
Yes.
The counsel for the County Assembly did apologize and indeed sought to have that record expunged. So as far as we are concerned, that particular record does not form part of the record.
Most obliged. Then I withdraw that line of examination in chief and proceed. Madam Governor, you have been accused of not being capable of working with leaders in Meru, particularly members of County Assembly. And this particular allegation was that you were only able to work for a few weeks after you reconciled with the MCS. Is that true?
That is not true.
That is not true.
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, for how long have you been having an harmonious working relationship with members of County Assembly?
We've been working together with the members of County Assembly until the last almost 2 months only.
The last 2 months?
Yes.
Are you talking about the month of August and September?
August and September.
Yes. So it is your evidence that throughout the year, save for the 2 months, you have been in a perfect working relationship with members of County Assembly?
Extra perfect relationship working with members of County Assembly.
What made it possible for you to have this harmonious working relationship with the members of County Assembly? Did you have any intentional efforts to mend the fallout that you had with MCS? Did you make any efforts after the impeachment?
The first solution was made by this Senate the last time we were here, and I followed the advice of senators. We want to start down with the MCS. We again sat and had a lengthy discussion with some other leaders, and from there we've been working together.
Particularly, there was the issue of, for lack of better word development fund. Were you able to facilitate development projects in all the wards of Meru County?
Immediately after we left here, I facilitated ward development fund to every MCA to the tune of 10 million, and this year 15 million for every ward.
Thank you. You have produced a video, KMV1, which I now ask the technical team to play so that we see the kind of efforts and the fruits that were borne by those efforts. KMV1.
Sisi yaliyopita ni past. Kwa hivyo tumeamua kwamba hakuna mtu atakumbuka yaliyopita. Yule alikuwa impeached, wale walikuwa na impishana yote tumeweka nyuma. Tunasema ni kaenda ya maendeleo na kabati ya maendeleo. Kwa hivyo tunafurahi siku ya leo kuleta
Mr. Speaker, sir, we are having the same challenges.
Secretariat.
Tunaomba walio hii ambao wana celebrate maybe disunity.
Just stop the video. The technical team, please go work on it. We will get back to it once the technical team has worked on the system. Council, you may proceed. Once we are ready with the video, we can as well come back to it. We'll always come back to it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So then, Honorable Governor, we have just started watching a video that is not very clear, but can you try and explain to the Senate where you were in that meeting that has been recorded, who were the members present, and what was the purpose?
We were in the premises of County Assembly of Meru with all the members, the 69 of them, and also the county woman representative was present, and we agreed that the past is over. We start working together for the sake of Meru.
Thank you. And that, can you remember the date of?
Council, I'm informed the video is now ready.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Tumeona ni vyema kuwa tuna embrace one another. Mambo yaliyopita tunasema si ndwele ama tunasema nini? Yaliyopita si ndwele, tugange yajayo. Sisi yaliyopita ni past. Kwa hivyo tumeamua kwamba hakuna mtu atakumbuka yaliyopita. Yule alikuwa impeached, wale walikuwa na impishana yote tumeweka nyumba. Tunasema ni kaenda ya maendeleo na kabati ya maendeleo. Kwa hivyo tunafurahi siku ya leo kuleta ujumbe kwa Wameru ya kwamba we are one. Na tunaomba walio nje ambao walikuwa na celebrate maybe disunity wakae kando kidogo, maana tunasonga tukiwa pamoja. Hatutakubali kuweka tena nafasi ya watu kuingilia katikati yetu. We've kept our personal interest kando for the people of Meru.
Mimi naitwa Ayubu Kurdi nikiwa spika mbunge ya Meru, na siku ya leo ni furaha kubwa kwa sababu ile shinda kidogo tulikuwa naye kati ya ofisi ya governor Excellency Bishop Kawira Mwangaza na bunge ile naongoza hapa, tumefika hiyo maneno imefika mwisho. Sema kulingana na uongozi wa His Excellency William RUTO na deputy wa katika chagua, tulianza kuongea wiki moja imepita, na siku ya leo Mama Safi awimelepa akatumwa na His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua akaambiwa akuje tumalize ile maneno ilikuwa imebaki na kila kitu mmemaliza.
Amen.
Kwa hivyo sisi tunataka kuambia Meru na Kenya mzima ya kwamba sisi tuko kitu moja na tumekubaliana kwa miaka 4.5 ile imebaki tutafanyia watu kazi na tutakuwa timu moja.
Amen.
Na tunasema asante kwa President Rigathi Gachagua kwa kuona ni vizuri Meru iongee kwa sauti moja. Na gavana ni mali nikisema wewe kwa siasa wewe ndio kiongozi na ndiye mkubwa yetu sisi zote. Na sisi tutakuwa nyuma yako, tutakusupport, wewe ukuwa mama yetu na ukuwa baba yetu. Ndio Meru ikae vizuri kana kama Meru akarebweka. Thank you and God bless you.
Jina langu ni Evans Mwangaza Karia, MCA wa Mitunguo na kiongozi walio wengi katika bunge letu la Meru. Familia Meru. Na nataka kusema leo ni siku kubwa sana kwa Wameru. Sababu tangu tufanye uchaguzi hapa Meru, tukachagua governor, tukachagua MCAs, hakujakuwa na amani na hakujakuwa na kuelewana katika upande wa bunge letu la Meru na upande wa governor Excellency Kawira Mwangaza. Lakini siku ya leo sisi tumekubaliana ya kwamba for the interest of Meru tuweke hayo maneno yote ambayo yalikuwa nasumbua tuwachane nayo kutoka leo, na tukamua kushikana na kuelewana kabisa ndio tuweze kufanyia wa Meru kazi. Na sisi kama bunge letu la Meru tumeambia gavana wetu kwamba sisi tuko tayari yale ambayo yote yanahitajika kufanywa na bunge, wale mawaziri ambao hatukupitisha, wale chief officers ambao hawakuweza kupita kuletwa katika bunge letu, supplementary budget na mambo yote ambayo yanahitajika sisi kufanya kama bunge, tuko tayari hata kama ni kuanzia kesho ndio tuweze kufanya make sure that Marians do receive their services that they do need so much.
We can stop there. We can stop there.
Tunashukuru.
Thank you. Are you able to identify the people in that clip? Are they members of the County Assembly of Meru?
They are all members of County Assembly of Meru, led by the Speaker, Ayubu Bondi.
We have also seen the move of this motion in that clip.
The majority.
The majority.
Yes.
Thank you. In that clip, is there any indication that you bragged about the fact that you went scot-free?
No.
You have also used a certain slogan that you are now being accused of using, Kabati, Kabati, Kaende, Kaende. Did you actually use those two slogans in your speech with members of County Assembly present?
I used it because it is a slogan for development, the speed of development in Meru.
The speed of development in Meru.
That is Kaende, Kaende, Kabati, Kabati.
Just for us to be able to understand, what does this slogan actually mean? What is Kabati? What is Kaende?
Kabati means like accelerating to the fullness of everything, that is highest speed possible. And then Kaende is non-stop. That means that the development will be non-stop and at a very high speed.
Thank you. So when then the move of the motion comes here and tells the Senate that Kaende, Kaende, Kabati, Kabati is a don't care slogan that says you don't care about anything, is that a misinformation and distortion of facts?
It is.
Thank you. Let us proceed. So then you are seen in many instances using that slogan, Kabati, Kabati, Kaende, Kaende.
Even the MCAs have embraced the same slogan and they also use it.
Thank you. Let us proceed and watch the next video. And you have alluded to the fact that you agreed to give at least 15 million for every ward for development projects. Was that done?
It was done.
Can we watch video KMV2?
Antojaja gwetwa ja oversight najo ndenda kuburio njubwi muntu uri okuthithiria oversight na ara Nairobi obicine no oversight yeje tureaja tukinyite ndagaceji ni oversight iri kwingi tukwenda ne TV na Nairobi kana ne kweja gukinya murandi jora tukuona burenda oversight ya groundine kana burendera ya obicine na ara Nairobi imenya mantu jajo tinda gwetwa ja oversight kairi turogire batu turi mbunge ya Meru no tubatwe itwe tunengeri mandate MCA no nengeri mandate ya kuthithia oversight ya mirandi yonde ya county government ikatiba ya Kenya no boba nengeri iseria kinya report irera thoma ya control of budget etibati kwamba gwita ara senate kamba kweja county assembly ya Meru report irera ithagia oversight ya senate ni report yake ya auditor general netira uma kwa mantu jaja ngi baturugira oversight ikaniritwe na siasa atufanye nini atutaki ito akirigie ntugita kwa DTF na ara mitungu mantu ja utheru wa bioro na kinya babu na ibonete mantu bioro bira biaki na ndito akire plant ya na ara bioro bira biojura bikeja bikandrinwa igaikuara mitungu project ya million 17 ingaringe nipe bwaja iri ruje rwa mitungu rwa rwita kwa water supply rwa runywa wa mitungu yonde iruthithiru rehabilitation na project yo ni enderete governor 15% done project ya million ya 18 o mitungu yetu boy thatu bugeta kuma karingene ibuje karingene te karingene kara kanyagene kara kamuguru kuma ara karingene ugeta muguru ugeta muchagara barabara yo ne thithirwe na yathithirwe na mbecha cianga vanire tugwita cia flagship na ne thithitwe na 95% na aru andu bo inya gukaura kana gukaro tiro batita na ndina yetumirite shilingi milioni 5 lingaringira ningavana mpe aibo gutara ciaki nyinga na Mwangaza ai 17 plus 18 plus 5 omwenda yake gutara ndagaceje yanu tukinyete aja na aru eji ire gwetwo kwa matumo Kirimba bridge na yo bote kwana nireketie iboro unairo.
We can stop there. The video is quite long. Thank you. Madam Governor, who is the person making that speech in that video?
The majority leader and the person who was the mover of the impeachment motion.
That is Honorable Evans Mawira.
Yes.
You are also seen in that video.
Yes.
Kindly, are you able to recall the date and where that event took place?
I can't recall the date, but the event took place in his own ward.
Which month was that?
I don't remember the month.
You don't remember?
Yes.
Is it recent or?
It is very recent.
Very recent.
Yes.
Thank you. Mawira seems to be making certain remarks about your performance. What is he saying?
He's very right because he's trying to praise the work that we do in Meru County. One, for the 10 million that we usually give for ward development and the flagship projects. What I do as a governor is I go around all the ones and then give the list of all the development projects to the area MCA to read to the people, to understand, and to also for us to be accountable for the funds. Every ward we do a visit with the area MCA, and I usually carry a booklet of the projects, that is ward project and flagship project for the area MCA to read to the people to understand what they are doing. And that is what exactly the majority leader is doing in his own ward.
Can you recall the number of projects that he is mentioning by name that have been done in his particular ward?
In that particular day, we were opening a bridge. He was talking about the roads done and also the boreholes and so many other things that we did with more than 50 million.
Thank you. I've actually retrieved the date of that event. It was the 2nd of August 2023, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. So then, when you are accused of not being able to work with leaders by the same mover of the motion, do you find some form of hypocrisy?
Yes, and also maybe it's being misled.
It's being misled. Thank you. So as of 2nd of August 2023, the mover of the motion thought that you're perfect and you're in good working relationship with at least all the MCAs.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's move to KM3.
Na nediri isipokuwa tu changes tu kidogo na tumonia na kwa na engineer ikabuidwa kinya andro atare ndiri omira rweru kama mora rwete anjiraira tukwirwa ara kukaikirwa karabati isa sawa ena rweru to yako ruo tuina obichi wa kwa murire public works.
Thank you. Again, you're seen launching a project, yes. A dam specifically. Which ward is that?
That is Mudhara ward, and the one with the document is the area MCA, Aurelio Murangiri, reading the developments, including the dam that it costed us 39 million in his own ward.
Are you able to recall the date when you launched this particular dam at Mudhara?
I think it's not even 3 months ago.
Less than 3 months ago?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, I will move on to the second issue, which still touches on your relationship with members of County Assembly in respect to projects and Okolea. Let us play the video KMV20.
Ikerie MC wetu Mawira atukure na maromba. Nigireni MC wetu Mawira mbeke bila kuno. Na torombeni. Ewa mwathani mutura moyo wora wombere ndine eguru wombera bila biona wana bila bitiona kwa Tuaja muthenya jupere ya mezo ya kumuthenya jo na arwa.
Tuyamwe. Na ndina hapo ndangu angeja na njeko. Na kanisa kwa kuchokeka. Ndibwega. Na mbona unaadwa tena kirauni kile. Ndina kirauni kile maanio henu. Ndina kirauni ya kanisa. Bwana asifiwe. Itobiria ukuona kieni negeki. Kinyama ikiele mkwani nayo. Kinyangu kuele tukinyete. Kinyanga alele ya ndega. Kinye itobiria vyo mjotu kaeja na buti kingotere kezikari kilio. Inkwenda kushokeria ashole bako
Kindly pause the video. You are making certain remarks, and before we go to the remarks, we have also seen the leader of majority again in that video. Where were you with him on that particular day?
That is an Okolea program which is run by my family and my church. We usually go to do the Okolea every Sunday afternoon, and I always invite if they wish to come and join me on Sundays. And with me is the Honorable Mawila, the mover of the motion or the impeachment, who was also involved in that operation of Korea Kana Kameru.
This was on 13th of August this year, 2023.
13th of August this year.
You are making certain remarks about the capacity in which you are in that event.
Yes, I always tell them that in operational Korea events, they don't see the governor, but they should see their mother, and also a bishop who is coming to assist, not in form of a government, but as a church and as their mother.
Did you explain the source of the resources that you were giving, including the microphone you were holding? I heard you talk about that.
I always do that in every meeting, that everything that I use in Okolea, there is nothing that comes from the county government of Meru, because I've been doing that for the last 12 years.
Thank you. May we proceed with that video?
Balabona ange Okolea bambike nguge. Naru akarukire mtore ombokirie getandene ni mheshimiwa wa Ntura yeje Evans Mawira. Mheshimiwa Evans Mawira alingalingile mwali kama pema mbeta kanisene aleta shilingi mwemwe ngiri egana lemwe. Ambera kinyawaga ongere ekirangalisia kumaguta. Kinyawaga ongere ongera merengeti ya bajojo. Nalingalingile wakarwe. Kabati. Kayana. Wena heshimiwa wetu bale aja, tuena DMK, tuena Aaron. Beze watu kairi daike mwambe tutile hata uangi.
Mwambere na ntoka bakameme bamurike kwega na ba TV badikerie. Murandi jojo jo Korea. Mapi peto kurukagia budget ira itango kindene ya county ya Meru. County Assembly ya Meru na ini mikagia mbunge de majority linda. Na hivyo enda kuconfirm na kukujira na gwikira kirore kute shilingi kinyemwe twakurukia ya mbeca cia thirikari kenda ya murandi ne jo Korea. Kwa uro kuria murandi jo Korea kiuria aliuria manto ja muntu kiumbe murandi jo gavana Kawira Mwangaza na family yawe na kanisa yawe. Na hikyo naro bukuba tote kwa ya mando amengeja thirikari. Nundu naro murandi jo ringithia ngea, jo ringithia muntu jangi no tweri, jo ringithia ngo bara bayo mabati. Totingire tora twa merengeti, oro kuma na makobokobo aja, na oro kuma na mattress, na mando ja uja kare sawasa.
Thank you. I think we've had enough of that video. Thank you. Madam Governor, again you are heard and using the same slogan, Kabati, Kabati, Kaende, Kaende.
Yes.
The members of County Assembly were again present.
Yes.
Did they join you in that slogan?
They joined me in that slogan.
Did they understand the meaning of your slogan?
They well understand the meaning of the slogan.
Honorable Kawira is also making certain remarks about the funders of Okolea. What is he saying about who funds the Okolea program?
He says, as the County Assembly of Meru, they are the ones that pass the budget, and they have never passed any coin to be utilized in the Okolea program. It is purely my project to assist the disadvantaged people in our community. And he, as part of the well-wisher, that very early morning, gave me 100,000 shillings to fuel my vehicles.
So he contributed towards your charity project?
Yes.
Let us now move to the next video, 1C, and see another member of County Assembly. I think it's in the same event, you will confirm. 1C.
Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Gavana wetu na ntubanda bene bonde, Bwana Yesu asifiwe, nisalimie mwalimu. Iboyega sana. Oni betawa DMK MC wa Bogeta West na Baruguru. Na ande bana batudinga tete kanyuma ibaije itoiketie gavana tiru. Lakini na ande nindo onokire. Na umasauro na ande betawa Paulo. Ya mama
We can pause there for a moment. Thank you. Who is the person making those remarks?
He is MCA, and he was the mover of the first impeachment.
He was the mover of the previous motion.
Yes.
This again is on 13th of August this year.
Yes.
Do you in any way seem to have any disagreement with the mover of the previous motion?
No, he's even telling the public that he is now a changed man. They used to disturb Mama, but he has changed from Saul to Paul.
That is in reference to the biblical Paul,
yes,
who was one Saul.
Yeah.
He's also talking about them being forced, if I can hear him correctly, to join the opposition. What was he talking about?
He was talking about the pressure amounted to them by external forces or by external people that do not belong to the county assembly to fight the government, but he has vowed not to repeat again and support the government.
Thank you. Let's proceed watching that video.
The opposition in Nairobi na badona ke RUTO. Ede na aja Meru president wetu ala to uitakage na wiki ya ndo wetu to the opposition wa to na to eto. Kile ngeti ndoe. Na nino yali ndio bwani na ndauga mimi sitishwa. Mimi sitawekwa uoga. Gavana Kawira anga mu support. Ulao kuzoganya no ete antunye itekia boge tanete antunye. Andoba boge taiba ina imani na ani na ina imani na decision ya kwa support Kawira na ina imani na Kawira. Na na ndiko bate kwa na kuba tukiwa kumibira break. Abo andekera. Kumibira break si eti onda kwa boindwa.
We can stop there for that video. Thank you. Honorable DMK Kawira says, mimi sitatishwa, sitawekwa uoga. What was he making reference to?
He was making reference to the leaders, the national leaders, and also the party leaders that were telling them to keep off from supporting the government. And also he is also talking about the Kumibira breaks, because the people of Meru have started another slogan again, Kumibira breaks, and they were warned as MCAs not to continue saying Kumibira breaks. So he's telling the people that come from Nairobi to keep off. They want development.
Thank you. We will be moving on to the source of that pressure, sourcely. But finally, in support of your Okolea program, let us watch video 1E. It's a very short video.
How are you? yambigirite ngobia igiri bwana murega imbigirite ngobia ya NCA wabothukiete gatigati jowe mutea daktari mutea nyakwire bishop untongeretie mbunge ndina timu uko na twinio batu twi sawa atubetu support ni kiambi support ni njoke tu support ni gavana wetu nuntu te maendeleo jejara kwinai winandwa maendeleo jejara kwinai winokiri au ange gavana we munene okwa na munene weje na ng'ombe tumba kweja na ng'ombe ende lingavana ndi mulevi ndetha ya ng'ombe ndetha ya mburi
singa yu urambikire ngogena mburi ya
We can stop at that. Madam Speaker, who is the person making the remarks in that video?
This is the Speaker of County Assembly of Meru.
And you confirm this was during an Okolea program meeting?
Yes, in Mwangaza ward, Mojo.
Who is the MCA Mwangaza ward?
Is Mr. Njoki.
Mr. Njoki.
He was present.
You also are in the company of other people in that?
Those are all MCAs.
Our MCAs?
Yes.
What has the Speaker just done?
The Speaker has donated a goat because I usually give the single mothers and widows cows. And he says, because you've given and donated a cow and you are senior than me, let me donate a goat. And he has done it.
Thank you. Again, what date was this?
It is barely around 3 months ago.
3 months ago. Now, we have alluded to some forces that were behind, or rather that were not happy with this unity between you and MCAs. I want you to identify and tell us what is happening in the next video, 1D. Kindly, may we play video 1D?
MCA gukaribisha ntora ya Bogeta East na mbuge wotwe on behalf ya ntuba Bogeta East na Bogeta West na wenzangu bare aja tucokerie nkago nontu bwe kinya rire okinya oni mbigirwe ntumba kwithira nte aja nontu rire okinya gatia kana kara kamumero kuringithia gagatia ipati yakwa na inkuigwa kweli imbati kweja kuona nontu ni pati ya maendeleo ndene ntura yetu. So ngabana we are so humble tugwiritwe sana baju tuli MCA tuli MPIDU na ikio tumio kuona na arua tutena manto maingi na arua intukwe gokorea kana kamumero na mami umenye baju tuli MPIDU
na ndenda ugire ngabana tukamukaria na inya na ora kumbikika kendo mbako boli trangugi no ndo twamwagia thayo tukona inya la twamwagitie thayo ateja gaguku na nande mbigirwe toriro tukaria siasa nenu yete mbokani alimo muntu ondu kuoya maratasi nande kurantu barakamate ile leta ubirana na ala mawa na ito abatumira Nairobi gutegera imbie tumicukari ra itirie bategera imbie tumyogoti bukuongerwa gutokwaririo goti ingabana bakweja ubira mbesa ikwekiwa senate counties ciongerwa mbesa ibaregere kuongera ndi baliuga ibejete kwa base ore base itimbese ireko
utoturi na ku Madam Governor na ukageta muntu ututogira tore no ngato nyongera we ni ntobya mero ala tomba kogera to abwitira ngoge iyo tomba kuchinja as long as Kawira Mwangaza we ni ntobya mero oni ndekere mbwe mato waambirani isa sawa na
we can pause there. We have seen the first speaker, no, actually the second, the one in the black jacket. Are you able to identify him?
Is the mover of the first motion of impeachment, DMK Kawira.
He is heard making certain remarks about Keberi and forces from Nairobi. What is he talking about?
He is referring to the Meru MPs and also the senator that they should keep off Meru because they have their own leader, maybe referring to the end of state, and then the MCs have their own leader. And he says last weekend they were in a certain town named Maua, where they and the Keberi, the starring stake or spoon, meaning the governor, and they are saying that they will not be part and a parcel of what the members of parliament are doing.
Thank you. So the honorable member for County Assembly, Abogeta West, talks about a force that is being advanced using the Keberi tool. That is what he's saying.
Yes.
And he's telling them to keep off.
Yes.
Thank you. Let us move to video KMV 14. KMV 14, kindly.
Na bakaya batuana na badiri manto yo difference sisi omba kwethirio bature MCA bembe tute tayari utonyera kio so ende atukuromba tu burungu ari mbere governor na deputy governor bomba kwetwa bajo wata naira nigenda tukomba kutukinda weta turi antu amwe turi antu bembe na turi MCA na tongeri bonde brantu badurite na ndi na imani manto yo onde akombekana lakini tute kwenda thai twagulukia budget siasa ikanjiria nigenda mwembe akomba kwetwa ita ya maendeleo so baba goya na manto akeberi Keberi mwene keberi naso agreement mwene keberi naso ketiania manto yembe na rekana yaro e ambe tukongangari kokaria mama nonto MPs beto odonku wayo ke gongwa ko mama ende muntu arumogeni agoto janganya akili otobo ki akili ateto ore mama we are not ready ende ro ko lo bubutu bwena keberi keu ayate gati ana keberi nyekira to ate anajo okira nkoromba neo iba imenyere lakini ukia kweli maendeleo wale tete wale maendeleo ende manto akeberi na ina keberi toto ogenda ne embere yetu embe tu atandirete embere onde kumantonyere Mwangaza to egento kemwe noro kaingilia atasiaro
antu bonde baraba kwenda kurwa wale jegende baberanga mwegembe akugitwa mwegembe akudizwa lakini utinya mwegembe umwo kumara tata nontore mwegembe wongo none tote makosa Kawira Mwangaza nayo antu baraba kuja gutata bakere egembe re kuinyirwa iba kuma inventi bange bakumatigania iba badiorokete asese sekeberi badioroka asese sekegeri badioroka asese seobasai you chonde nunto egembe wena regete nunto naije.
Thank you. We can post that video there. Governor confirmed that was on 27th of August this year.
Yes, 27th of August.
This year?
Yes.
Are you able to tell who the people speaking in that video are?
Those are all MCS from Igembe, apart from one who comes from Central Imenti. The rest are Igembe MCS.
They are making a specific grievance about siasa za Keberi. What are they talking about?
They are talking about the members of parliament who had just begun a movement by the name Keberi, coming all the way from Nairobi to Meru, and they are warning them that they have been given work to do in Nairobi. They should continue with their work there and leave them alone because they have only one mama who can assist them to do development.
Thank you. So this was 27th of August 2023. Honorable Governor, if then someone comes here and says that you only were able to work with MCAs for a few weeks, are they lying or they're telling the truth?
That is pure lie.
Thank you. We want to understand this Keberi movement, siasa za Keberi movement. And I want you to listen carefully to video 3A and see where or the source, the genesis of the Keberi movement. 3A.
Keberi
Keberi. Bere. Na kama nyembu wana boka. Ibaka na bonoi. Mwana tomo bere. Kinyaka wa.
Are you able to even explain what he's saying?
He's talking about that. They will use that thing too. I'm not able to explain. Because it has been done by so many men, and now they are ready as members of parliament, him being the leader, to do that to me. And he has recruited so many young men for the purpose of that Keberi movement, together with the deputy speaker of this house.
Can we watch KMV 12?
Tumetoseka kutawaliwa vibaya na mkora asiosiba anafaa kuongezwa kakoto kwa tumbo na simiti na mawe ndio atisikie njaa tena. Wangapi wanasema Kawira aende? Kawira mbae, lakini tunataka kiti ya mtuma apewe. Kiti yake, ndipute yake, magari rudishwe, security apewe, kila kitu apewe, na kiti ya finance, kiti ya pesa apewe. Mwanzo ndaya ya Keberi. Ndio kuna mkomeno arome ando Kawira. Kwa hivyo sisi tunaunga mkono hilo mjadala umeletwa na Mheshimiwa Mporo, na asante kwa kunialika. Tuendelee namna hiyo. Kazi yetu ni kushikanisha kila mtu. Asanteni sana ndugu zangu. Thank you very much.
Madam Governor, I hope you are able to explain again, or perhaps the message has sunk, what these honorable members are telling members of the public.
The honorable members of parliament and the deputy speaker of this honorable house is telling the public that I defeated the men, and in this case, they are going to use that steering stake and they recruited so many young men for that purpose, and they have been holding rallies almost in all towns in Meru, doing the same over the weekends. Honorable Speaker, I want to say this is purely politics. Purely politics.
Thank you. There is another video, I think that will be my last, 3C on the gender profiling and harassment. 3C.
Mukuru ku ingwendo kuona uliki na tuli America enda oge kana kamurega lakini towe kamurega tena kana Tumekona boloi angwendo mura Kawira Mwangaza utendwa leo ukavatia mwana mwenye ukidata Tumekona boloi toenda kuwa kena tutike mura baichu imukuru ku ya mwana nwe ya pronto abori agere mono mbele na kayuyu age babaile age badato tenjamba loi kantenjamba kana ko mtodala odora masiara de kuerega nanchoke mbele na keberio wewe keda kala hekeda Kawira udire hekeda Kawira kukwekeda no ale mera rume Kawira hangwa nyo yekeda hangwa ndenda kenda menya wewe mwekuru wale mwekuru muchoro kwa etawa mwenda na mulingeteke urenga wayo kiamdaka endukisha ndaka siakwa no mwekuru mukuru.
Thank you. The honorable member is making certain remarks about your husband. What is he saying?
He's saying that he has given me 9 months to be pregnant. And if that is not done, you'll do it via what is holding.
Eventually, Honorable Governor, your deputy joined the movement and made similar attacks on you and on your Kolea program. Can we watch KMV4?
Kweta Tharaka County tobatethie kweta Embu County tobatethie kweta Isiolo County tobatethie Korea kirundu kia thina kia pubate kia kuewa itokwenda kinya tokweya na hapo sana biki wewe ndio governor the program Kerundu keke pubate program wetu okolea matwe murungu wake tuetera tutetera muntu no ntokerundu ke anto bembe beku atoteokenda bekwerwa kerundu ke wikireti makiri bagwa tokolea iyo mathina yaba ya
We can stop there. Thank you. Speak, Honorable Governor, that is your deputy governor.
Yes.
He's making certain remarks about the Okolea program.
Yes.
What is he saying?
He's saying that the Okolea program is a poverty program. They have refused it in their area. The area
which area is that?
That is Egembe South, where he comes from.
So he's telling members of his ward to reject the
poverty program, that is Okolea, and they should not be ready to receive anything in terms of Okolea. And Honorable Speaker, to add to this, for the last 12 years, I've been doing the Okolea, and this gave me favor before God. And my deputy governor, who was just a prison askari, God gave us favor because of this program. And out of the program that raised him from being askari to His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Meru, is the same person that is seen on video, the campaigning or demeaning the same program that God used to give us favor before men and women.
And he continued, and we watch KMV 15. 15. That video was played yesterday, but for your sake, can you explain what the youths are chanting, led by your deputy governor?
That is my deputy governor with some youths from his area saying that Kawira doesn't have a home. She only does prostitution in the county. And they are praising him and warming him up to be the governor or take over the position of the governor of Meru. And that is exactly what has been happening to our members of parliament, including the senator or deputy senator of this house. They have started warming him up to be the governor and take charge because I'm just a woman before them.
Thank you. It got worse by slaughtering of a cow that you had donated. Can we watch KMV 16? Confirm whether that's the same cow you had donated and to whom had you donated the cow. We can stop there. Thank you. Thank you. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I see like the cow is still alive as it's being slaughtered.
Yes.
Was that the cow you had donated?
Yeah, we were in the area of the Igembe South, and then we identified the old woman was to be given the cow as it was entering into the field. Then they took the cow, slaughtered it just before us.
And they are singing the same song, but they are also making other remarks. What are the other remarks?
Before I say about the other remarks, is that hiyo ng'ombe ilikuwa imebeba ndama ya miezi 6. And then they are saying that the same way they have slaughtered or killed the cow is the same way they will do to Kawira Mwangaza.
Thank you. We can have the video removed from the screen. That has not also been the only thing. You have also been accused of not being a proper Meru. Are you aware of that fact? What? That you have been accused of not being a proper original Meru, therefore unfit to lead?
Yes, they have been accusing me of not being a Merian, but a Kikuyu.
Thank you. Let's first watch KMV 5. You will make those explanations.
Ina ideka wa Mwangaza aita watuona kuna gari zaidi ina aita mugure hello Kawira ndo Kawira umme wa mweko bato tuapa mweko tuapa ibwa tuombe umiete hebu tuomero ni tokere ya uwe mwana wao au tupita kabilao.
What is the Honorable Member of Parliament saying in respect to your ethnicity?
He says that the father of Kawira Mwangaza is a Kikuyu from Kirithaini by the name Jogona, and the mother is Mogure from Kikuyu, and they don't want to be ruled by a Kikuyu in Meru. That's why they want to change to get a real Marian, who is Peter Katirau Munya, the first governor.
Thank you, Madam Kawira. Is it then your evidence before this Senate that pressure has been asserted on members of County Assembly to ensure your removal from office on charges that do not hold any water?
Pressure has been mounted to members of County Assembly of Meru by the same leaders, as we have seen, and they had no option apart from adopting an impeachment motion where they were forced to sign and impeach.
Can we watch KMV 11 on the nature of that threat and whether the MCAs indeed succumbed to the pressure?
Na bundukira we na chochi ando icha kuromba. Baate menyato ibya mene orat ugatwira mbasi ni kiraitu. Na ndiro ruuri ndo akiraitu na bunduki cia bako rombete ri. Ukarwa na ukarwa soka ndo ya bunduki. Dore ndo reka umogira bunduki cia cia yundie. Bange ba ibya mene no menya athuri yake ama. Okiro jando no menya bundukira we na chochi ya kuromba bati kwa very careful. Wakara.
Is that the same Saul turned Paul, going back to being Saul?
What DMK Kiogora is telling the public is that because I was elected as an independent governor, I've been operating with hired guns. And now Medeka Rintori has taken his own, Kiraito has taken his own, so I'm left without any weapon to fight, and I should be very careful because they have withdrawn their support as the leaders of political parties or as the senior most people in their parties.
That is barely 3 weeks after DMK Kawira had been seen dancing, praising you, and saying that he will defend you and will reject any influence from above.
It was like 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Let us watch then 3E.
Ilo tokuwa watu ilo tukiama kia UDA no tudugani ku withdraw support tu kwete mogato kwa majority rinda to withdraw as nini mando jondo to kulidere kire ku support kira assembly tukiama no to withdraw membership betu na bati ku support kaire.
Thank you. Who is the person speaking in that video and what is he saying?
Is the Honorable Senator, Deputy Speaker of this Honorable House, and he's saying that he might withdraw or is ending to withdrawing support of UDA members from being part and parcel of my agenda of development in Meru County.
Was that withdrawal, threat to withdraw, made a reality?
Indeed, after I spoke that, after 3-4 days, it was made a reality.
Let us watch KMV9 on whether that support was actually withdrawn. KMV9.
Must prevail. Number 9, we officially withdraw our support from the governor due to recent events and our proven inability to lead effectively. Our 10 honorable members are instructed not to in any way associate with the governor in person, Honorable Bishop Kawira Mwangaza. Number 10, we express support for the impeachment of Governor Kawira Mwangaza for the best interest of the people of Meru County and commit ourselves without reservation to this cause, which we commence forthwith. Number 11, we support CS Honorable Medical Intour's political leadership and endorse the proposal to make him the county's spokesperson for a unified voice of Meru County. Number 12, we applaud the newfound unity among political leaders except Governor Kawira Mwangaza for the sake of peace and development.
Thank you. KMV8, I think that is self-explanatory. KMV8. KMV8.
I've been given instructions by our SG, who is Honorable Kanini Kega, that as Jubilee, forthwith, I'm going forward with Jubilee withdraws its support to one Honorable Kawira Mwangaza.
Kabla December tutakuwa na gavana mwingine mpya, kwa sababu hii ni kitu tulianza kitambo na tulianzia hapa. Kwa hivyo tuna vita na wewe gavana kwa hili ya kuonana. Tulikuwa
Those are members of County Assembly, and with them is one member of National Assembly. I think he has spoken in Swahili and English. There is no need to emphasize. Was there a press conference formally by other parties to withdraw their support? And I'm looking at KMV10, and I think that is my last video on this issue of withdrawal. KMV10.
In this county, we have decided forthwith to withdraw the support within and outside the assembly that we have given our governor. Number 3, we have resolved to start a fresh impeachment motion to the governor of Meru one Honorable Bishop Kawira Mwangaza, and we have already signed, appended our signatures, the 27 of us who form or comprise the Kenya Kwanza caucus in the county assembly in preparation for a fresh impeachment motion.
Thank you.
The one that came last year.
We can stop there. Thank you. Madam Governor, you have seen a series of press conferences by various leaders of county assembly, all seeking to withdraw their support. Were the timings of these press conferences within the same period of time?
It was within the same period of time.
Can you remember the month?
I think it's not more than 2 months ago.
That is the month of September?
Yes.
What do you attribute towards the sudden change of heart from you being their darling, being a performer, being their mother, to now castigating you in the manner they are doing, to the extent of them withdrawing support? Is there anything gross you did to provoke them, to the best of your knowledge?
I did totally nothing. And from the last clip, you can hear the mover of the motion saying that around 27 of them have already signed an impeachment that they are proposing to have. So they signed way back even before. That is what he has said. Number two, the pressure from members of national government, some few elites, leaders, some few leaders of political parties, the deputy speaker of this honorable house, before God, I want to say they are misleading our MCS.
Thank you. Governor, it got to the extent that even in the performance of your official duties, you were threatened and barred from performing that which you are allowed to do under the Constitution. Is that true?
Yes.
Can we watch KMV6 and tell us where you are, what you're doing, and what happened? You can pause there for a minute. We see you clearly there, Honorable Governor, and there is a young gentleman speaking. Tell us what he's saying and what you are doing in that event and exactly where you are.
That is an event done by the county government of Meru. The county assembly passed a budget for us to take care of the disadvantaged mamas in our community, and that program is dubbed as 1 cow per 1 poor family. We go around the villages, we have a committee to vet and see the most vulnerable person in that certain area. We take a cow to the area and give or donate as government to that particular person that has been vetted by a committee that includes the area chief.
Thank you. So this is not part of your Kolea program for clarity purposes?
This is not part of my Kolea program. My Kolea program we usually do on Sunday afternoon, and this is an official duty, a program that has county government employees and done purely by the county government of Meru. 1 cow per 1 poor family.
Was there any commotion or violence in that event?
There was no commotions. We started with the prayers, as you can see, and we went silently. We did not even advertise. Those are just the neighbors that saw what is happening and came just to see.
You confirm this was in the homestead of one of the poor Meru women?
It is in the homestead of the beneficiary.
Thank you. Can we watch that clip again from the beginning all through to the end?
Gavana, serikali, nazoka nawe? Kuja tuongee. Ngoja tu tuongee.
Ukiangalia hapa hivi.
Tuende pole pole. Wewe watu watoke. Unapata dakika 10 tu peke yake hapa. Watu watoka waende. Watoke muende.
Naenda.
Watoke muende. Hapa tunataka kwanza vita. Watoke muende.
Huyu ananibebea nini?
So, madam, what there is?
Amenibebea nini?
That is the question. Nimeongea na yeye.
So, Madam Governor, this is an official function of the head of the county. Why are the police disrupting your function?
The same leaders. It doesn't specifically mention the leader that understands him, but now the influence from the national leaders led to this.
So were you able to complete your donation on that day?
I was not able to complete because it was stopped. And then when they said that we leave, we tried to explain. After 3 good hours in that vehicle, when people came, surrounded the vehicles, that is the time the officer said that it was a mistaken identity.
Mistaken identity. But isn't the officer calling you by your title when he comes?
Yes, he's calling me Governor Kuja. Governor Kuja.
You actually pleaded with him to allow you to finish.
Kamwambia ngoja nimalize, akasema hapana, we have 10 minutes here, Kuja.
And everyone was dispersed.
Everyone was dispersed.
That was, if I'm not wrong, a day or two before the impeachment. Can you remember the actual date?
I think a day before impeachment.
A day before impeachment.
And so, that clip is not complete, Council.
Yes.
I think we've not heard the officer saying as to why he had come to arrest me.
You can tell us because you are present. We may not have the benefit of the full video, but kindly, because it is a first-hand experience, tell us the explanation you got from the officer as to why he was seeking to interrupt your official function.
The officer was the area OCS, and then when people came in big numbers, the other bosses came along, and then he was asked to allow me to go, and then he also apologized before everyone that it was a mistaken identity, and I forgive him.
Thank you. You have been accused of vilifying leaders. We have seen WhatsApp messages, you making certain utterances on WhatsApp groups, and even in 1 or 2 political rallies through the videos that were produced. Number 1, have you vilified the leaders in Meru? Have you in any way vilified, demeaned the leaders in Meru?
I have not vilified any leader in Meru.
There was a particular comment you made on Facebook, on WhatsApp group, regarding the deputy governor. And you said, ujinga sita kubali. What were you talking about?
I was talking about him having or gathering young men, going around demeaning the governor and calling me a prostitute.
Was that a fair reaction, considering what we have seen? Was it expected of any human being to react and defend herself in the wake of such attacks?
Honorable Speaker, I'm not an angel. You must have feelings.
Thank you. Let us go briefly to the responses, and I believe you have answered to all the allegations in your notice, in your response that you first alluded to. You have answered, confirm that you have answered.
Yes, I have answered.
Satisfactorily to all the charges.
I have answered.
I want us to look at the first count, misappropriation and misuse of county resources. You came here and you also invited at the county assembly to answer to specific allegations, correct?
Yes.
Those specific allegations in respect to embezzlement and misuse of funds are found at 10A and B. Confirm?
Yes.
Embezzlement is A, withdrawal of county funds is B.
Yes.
Those were the only particulars of the allegations that you are invited to respond to.
These are the only particulars.
So then you could not have responded to anything outside what was framed.
I responded to the particulars or the charges.
Let me read to you. Embezzlement of county funds through the governor's sisters, Rose Kinya, Miriam Gwantai, Kenneth Gwantai, Nefat Kenywa, Edwin Morangedi. We will not go into whether they are your relatives or not because we did that in another forum. Was there any table of particulars to indicate how much money Rose Kinya received, when they received them, how they have not accounted in A and B, because that is the only place where we see the particulars. Do you see any particular place where you are told Rose received this much, Miriam received this much, Nefat received this much, Kenneth received this much, Edwin received this much? Do you see that in the particulars?
There is no specific way or amount of money that is allocated to every person that the name appears in this accusation.
What instead they did is to throw a bush of infamous extracts and told you to look at those infamous, identify where Rose is, where Miriam is, Kenneth is, Nefat, Edwin. Is that what they did? Just giving you an infamous extract?
Just an infamous extract, to do it by myself, extract maybe the amount of money for Miriam, for Rose, for Kenneth, for Nefat.
Is there any mention in A and B where the amount of 78 million is mentioned to have been, that you are able to respond specifically to what you are facing?
There is nowhere a figure of 78 million is being indicated in this, as for the Miriam, Rose, Gwantai, and the rest.
Apart again from the infamous extract?
It is only the infamous extract. Nothing else.
You have also seen the basis of their complaint. It is another complaint by Salesio Mutuma, who tables his own computation and files it with EACC. Is that correct?
Salesio Mutuma is an activist. He files a report to EACC, and the county assembly uses the same report that has been taken to the EACC by Salesio to accuse me of embezzlement of county funds. Nothing else apart from the report by Salesio Mutuma.
So then, even as you're making this response, Madam Governor, it is only out of abundance of caution that you supply the Senate with what you thought was necessary.
Yes.
Did you even have the guide to lead you to where you're supposed to get materials in support of any claim?
No.
None whatsoever?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, was there any audit query or report that was generated by a competent body touching on embezzlement of county funds?
No audit report, no other report apart from an IFMIS report by Salesio Mutuma, an activist, to EAC.
But you have also taken time to explain what you thought the complainants might have been looking for, isn't it?
Yes.
And you have created a schedule that appears in your response. Kindly look at that. Appearing from what page?
105.
105 of our response, the small booklet.
Yes.
So then, the computation you did there, is it conclusive or is it based on what you understood to be the case from the county assembly? Because there were no particulars.
It is not conclusive.
It is not conclusive.
Yes.
The document again that you attached, was there any particular order to which you are preparing those documents, or you are basically looking at the IFMIS extract and giving what you thought was a suitable answer because there was no particular charge or request for you to look at any specific issue?
I tried my best to look at it so that I can give a feedback.
Thank you. So had you been properly guided by the motion, you would have done a better job in giving them very specific answers to specific queries?
Yes.
Thank you. Let us proceed to the other charge of nepotism. First of all, let me ask you about this gentleman called Nefat Kenywa, who has been said to be a brother-in-law to you. Do you know Nefat Kenywa?
No. He's an employee of county government of Meru.
He's an employee of county government of Meru. Is he married to your sister?
None of my sisters are married.
Your sisters are single. So then Nefat cannot be your brother-in-law?
No.
Edwin Mutuma, is he your nephew? Nephew rather to your husband?
No.
You know very well the relatives, or rather siblings to your husband?
I met him around 4-5 months ago.
That is Edwin?
That is Edwin.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he's not, again...
he's not a relative.
He's not a relative. Your husband, and now that I'm at it, has been accused of vilifying other leaders through a musical performance. There was a video that was played. For the sake of time, I will not ask for it to be played, but you are also present. I want you to look at the lyrics of that song. And even before you look at the lyrics, you were present.
Yes.
That song, to begin with, was sung in the Kiswahili dialect, true?
Yes.
So there was no need for it to be interpreted.
But Council, it's my prayer that we see the song so that I clear myself from that allegation.
Very well. Can we play? I could be guided where that clip is. So it was a clip by... As we wait for the song, Madam Governor, we will watch it. But did your husband make reference to any elected leader?
He did not.
Did he make any reference to any other leader by name?
He did not.
What was the first gentleman saying in his song, to the best of your recollection?
That's why.
In fact, we have got the Kiswahili. Just read a few. At page 251 of volume 2 of the County Assembly's document. Very quickly, Madam Governor, I urge you to read. We are pressed for time.
They want, is that for me?
Yes, just read in Swahili.
They want Kawira to come and help them steal. Kawira is against it. And when Kawira refuses, they dig.
I would love you to read the Kiswahili version. The song was sung in Kiswahili version. That is the translation. Kindly read the Kiswahili version. This is also a Swahili speaking.
Kila siku wanamtafutia makosa, wanataka Kawira awasaidie kuiba. Kawira akakataa, akasema yeye hataki wizi. Wakati alipokataa, wakasema, wakaanza kumshimbia mashimo. Wanataka Kawira akule pesa, nao wanataka Kawira wakule pesa za barabara. Wanataka Kawira akubali wakule pesa ya dawa hospitali. Wanataka Kawira awasaidie kukula mali yetu. Igembe na waeleze ukweli kabisa, mpaka sasa sikilizeni kwa makini. Wanapanga pia kuchukua maisha ya Kawira. Wanapanga sasa mpaka kumuua Kawira. Lakini najua maombi yenu, huyo shetani ameshindwa katika jina la Yesu. Ati walikuwa wanasema tangu ile wakati ya impeachment ya kwanza, Kawira hajawahi kunywa chai kwa mikahawa ya Nairobi. Mara ya mwisho Kawira kunywa chai mikahawa ya Nairobi ni ile wakati ya impeachment. Na hiyo sasa ndio inafanya maadui wake wakasirike kabisa. Eti wanamtaka Kawira kuliko akuje okolea awe akienda Nairobi kule wakunywe nao chai na meza na pesa zenu. Kawira naye amekataa katakata, akasema kazi yake ni mashinani. Wenye wivu wajinyonge. Wenye wivu wajinyonge.
Is there anything demeaning or targeting any leader in those lyrics?
No, nothing. No leader is being targeted or mentioned by name.
Is it true that you're facing a threat to your life, that the first gentleman in a musical performance passed that information?
It is.
Is there anything wrong in that, in your husband coming to your defense when your life is in danger?
He should come and defend the wife.
Thank you. You have been accused of particularly assigning diplomatic duties to your two sisters, unqualified sisters.
Yes.
You have made an explanation to that allegation. Can you point out where that response is?
It's in page 10.
As we peruse through, Mr. Speaker, sir,
Page 15.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I note that my time is up. I'm seeking your indulgence for just 30 more minutes for me to wind up.
You need an extra 30 minutes?
Yes, indeed. Most humbly, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I can proceed.
Thank you. Tell us the response you have offered to the allegation that you assigned your two sisters diplomatic duties.
I was invited, courtesy call to embassy in Nairobi, that is Slovakian. While on my way, I was diverted to attend a function at the State House. I can explain without lending.
Yes, kindly proceed.
On my way, I was accompanied by the County Secretary of Meru, my personal assistant, my bodyguard, and my driver. And then on the way, there was an urgent meeting. I decided to attend the meeting first so that I can join the other team later. The county secretary joined, or went to the embassy. As I was finishing from the State House, they had already done with the meeting. So I did not assign my sister any duty. It is just because I had traveled with my personal assistant and also the bodyguard to attend the meeting.
Did you later offer an explanation as to who attended that meeting and what was discussed in your Facebook at page 94?
Yes.
You confirm that the person that attended that meeting and presided and had discussions was the county secretary?
Yes.
Thank you. Let us go to the China trip that you have been accused of sending your sisters and relatives to a tour. You got an invitation from a company?
Yes, to China.
China?
Yes.
Did that company represent itself as having affiliations with the Chinese government, to the best of your understanding?
Yes, at first, in the first case, it associated itself with the national or the country of China.
The state of China?
Yes.
You had planned initially to attend that trip. Is that the position?
Yes, I had planned to attend.
But before that, tell us, how often do you travel outside the country as the governor of Meru? How many trips have you had outside the country from the date you were sworn in as the governor?
I've only traveled once.
To which country?
South Korea.
When was that?
Around 6 months ago.
What was the practice when you traveled? How do you travel? Do you travel with your team together? Do they travel in advance? What happened during your last trip to South Korea?
For this specific one, I sent my personal assistant, my bodyguard, and the team in advance. And then I met them there later.
Okay.
Yes.
Why did you send them in advance?
For preparations and also to know exactly what I'm supposed to do and arrange everything before I get there.
Okay. Was that the case with the China trip?
Yes, it was the case.
So who traveled to China and for what purpose did they travel?
Those who traveled to China are 4 people. One is the Waziri for Health.
Yes.
And then is the external leakages acting director, my personal assistant, and my bodyguard.
Did you eventually travel to China?
No, I didn't.
You did not?
Yes.
Why didn't you travel to China?
When my advance team arrived to China, it was contrary to what the Chinese people and the brokers, the message that was given to our office was different because the private company or the people that came to visit Meru associated themselves with the Chinese government, and upon arrival of my team there, it was contrary to what they said. It was just a private business company interested in investing in Meru.
So the assertion that this was an opportunity for a cancer center to be established in Meru by well-wishers through a private public partnership, is that the position?
Isn't the position. If at all it was a donor donating even a single item, I could be the first one to get there. But it was purely a business company interested in doing business in Meru.
You have read the affidavit of your CCM, George Gekunda.
Yes.
He explains clearly that they even discovered that the people who had invited you did not even have a physical office in China.
Yes, I've read it.
That they took them through various companies that manufacture items.
Yes.
But could not prove that they have any affiliation with any of those companies.
They did not have any.
Was it then safe for you to proceed to China with that information having been availed to you?
To me, it was a waste of time, even though the company was offering full sponsorship. But now, going to China just because of assisting some people to come and do business in Meru, it wasn't a priority to me.
Thank you. You have been questioned why the CEC or yourself did not seek any visa clearance to China. Do you have a Chinese visa?
Yes.
Yes, you do. So there was no need for you then, for the CS to ask for a visa to be provided. You already had one.
No.
Thank you. The deputy governor, has also accused you of arbitrarily relocating his office from next to your office to another block, changing the locks. Let me just read specifically. Number one, he's accusing you of arbitrary reduction, suspension, and withdrawal of budgetary facilitation. Were you in any way involved in reduction and withdrawal of his budgetary facilitation?
No, and I cannot do that. In our office, we have AIU Older, who used to be the chief of staff, and he does, via other officers, facilitation to our travels, facilitation to our offices, and it has been done according to the way I know things.
In fact, yesterday during cross-examination, it was discovered that one Nefat Kenya received a lot of facilitation on behalf of the deputy governor. Is Nefat Kenya an administrator in the office of the deputy governor?
Yes, it is the deputy governor himself that suggested that Nefat Kenya to be the administrator in his office.
Thank you. You have been accused of threatening the deputy governor to inflict bodily harm against the governor. And this is in reference to one of the WhatsApp group that you said, nitafinya kieleweke. You remember that WhatsApp group, WhatsApp post?
Yes.
What were you talking about when you said, nitafinya kieleweke? You were also accused, to combine with that, of mobilizing jeshi ya kumaliza deputy governor. What were you referring to when you said choma jeshi?
Specifically, council. I would like to see where exactly I have referred the kufinya kieleweke or the jeshi to my deputy governor.
So you deny making that particular
The allegation is that it's to the deputy governor.
Yes.
Where exactly have I referred to my deputy governor?
Thank you. Who then were you referring to, or what was the context?
I was referring to the kind of things going around in Meru County, the type of bullying that is going around. Of course, as a leader, you have to respond to some of the issues that goes around. Kufinya kieleweke, what's wrong with that?
Thank you. So you were not making any reference to
I
the
was not
deputy
making any
governor
reference
threatening
to any particular person.
You have also been accused of forcefully breaking, entering, and ransacking
Is a criminal. For the relevant authorities for doing such an act. I've never done that.
Thank you. Arbitrary relocation of the deputy governor's office. Is it true that there were reorganizational issues in the office of the governor that saw certain offices moved from one location to the other?
Yes, there was reorganization after we earned a big team of acting chief officers. In Meru, we have 2 blocks, the old block and the new one. And then the old block that has been used by the first governor, Kiraito Moronge, and partly by Honorable His Excellency Peter Munya. And that is where the deputy governor was reallocated to stay.
Thank you. Let us move on to the issue of accusing other leaders of being the 10 cartels in Meru in an event where the head of state was in attendance. Were you referring to the members of parliament? Because that is what was said yesterday.
Council, why would one suggest that I was referring to anyone when I've not mentioned one?
Who were you talking about when you said kuna makatel zaidi ya 10?
There's a certain story in Kemeru, maybe to take 1 minute to explain. One person thieves broke to his home, stole his own goat, and then there was a chief's meeting with everyone in that village. And that old man akaenda amebeba mkuki. Akasema ya kwamba katikati yenu ninaona kuna mtu ambaye ameiba ile mbuzi yangu. Just in 1 meter I will kill that person. Hakujua ni nani. Mtu mmoja akachomoka tu mara moja akaenda. That's when now the man realized who the person was. In my case, when I talked about Makatel, I not mention anyone. I said this county will not be micromanaged by few cartels or 10 cartels and few rich people to assume that Meru is the way they want to paint it bad.
Thank you.
I did not mention anyone.
You did not mention anyone. That's quite important. There are these WhatsApp groups in Meru, County Admin Services, Third Government, 012. Are you the admin of these groups?
I'm not. I was added in that group.
You were added in that
Yes.
group. Is it an official WhatsApp group in Meru?
No, we don't have an official WhatsApp group in Meru County.
Did you at any moment incite or encourage any admin to remove the deputy governor from?
I don't know even the administrator. I was just handed.
Thank you. Did you encourage anyone to demean or insult?
No.
You did not. Thank you. I'll not talk about, let me ask you this question, it's quite important. It's the issue of sending certain employees of the county on compulsory leave. You remember that issue?
Yes, I remember.
You remember that issue? Number one, are you the one who sent these people on compulsory leave?
I'm not the one.
Who did that?
The county secretary.
County secretary.
Yes.
Are you aware that they were sent on compulsory leave?
I was notified after the county secretary sent them on compulsory leave due to some allegations that were reported to EACC.
So you are not part of the decision to send these people on compulsory leave?
No.
But you made a comment on Facebook about that issue.
Yes.
You confirm that you have appointed certain people to take charge of the revenue board.
Again, the appointment was done, same as the sending of the same or the people on compulsory leave. Mine was to show or for people to know that these people are no longer doing or acting on behalf of Meru County government, and these are the new team that is on board.
Later on, you were subject of court proceedings in a case where these people cited you as a respondent, and subsequently there were contempt of court orders issued. Why were you cited as a respondent in that matter?
By virtue of my office, not even that single matter, but almost in all matters, I'm among the third or the fourth or the seventh respondent by virtue of my office.
So does it point out to any personal responsibility, or it is normal and ordinary for parties to file cases against the office of the governor?
It is normal, especially when it touches the county government of Meru.
Indeed, Madam Governor, when you came to office, you continued defending cases that were filed against the office of the governor for actions that took place even before you got to office?
When I got to office, I met 800 and something cases in court.
Those cases were citing the governor as a respondent?
Yes.
Did they in any way communicate that you personally had a responsibility to the action that offended the person who went to court, or it is by virtue of the office?
In all those cases, there is nowhere where I was directly responsible.
Thank you. Lastly, we have an issue of appointment of the following person. But before I go there, let us talk about the traffic marshals in Meru. You have been accused of creating this office called the traffic marshals without following due process. Did you commit that offense?
I did not appoint anyone for the traffic marshals. That was a pilot project from the Department of Public Service. Just like any other governor or leader, you are mandated or you're supposed to launch a project. But I did not participate in employing any of the traffic marshals.
Did you later seek the approval of the County Public Service Board to create this office?
The county secretary did it.
And those discussions are ongoing?
The discussions are ongoing.
Thank you.
And one council may ask, who then were the drivers of the border? We have the enforcement team and some few others that were piloting or were used to pilot the project. So we've never employed any single person to do that duty.
Thank you. You have been told that you bear the ultimate responsibility even for actions of your CECs, county chief officers, directors, drivers, your chief of staff. What is your understanding of your role as a governor of Meru County?
Of course, to provide leadership counsel, and also, even though in some ways I might be involved where I'm directly giving a direction, maybe via memo, because a government has a way of communication. But in this case, or in all these allegations before me today, none of them that I have alluded my signature, neither given a memo for the accusations that are before me.
Thank you. The very last, we have seen a lot of, and I do not wish to go deep in it, but we have seen the county assembly trying to make a big deal of some payments that were done on one day to Rose, to other members of county government. Is it that these people are being paid for forged interest? Or why is it that there is an indication of many payments done on one day? To the best of your understanding, though you may not have the technical.
In county government, Mr. Speaker and the honorable senators, we receive funds not in one bunch. Yes. At times, funds are delayed, and some functions have to continue, like traveling, like meetings, and in most cases, we do or they do using their own money, like traveling, and then when money gets in or lands to our accounts, then they are paid. The issue of paying 10 payments in a day might have been a delay of payments which has not been done for a month or two.
Thank you. When you travel, is money put in your account or it is deposited in the account of your PA, or it's your PA who receives it?
Since I became a governor, none of a single or no single coin has ever been deposited to my account.
How do you travel? Who then receives that money for your facilitation?
The PA.
Thank you.
The administrators.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, sir, that is all for this witness. I wish to hand her over for cross-examination. Thank you.
County Assembly, you may proceed to do your cross-examination. By way of indication, Counsel for the County Assembly, how much time do you need?
Mr. Speaker, if it finds favor with you, we request 2.5 hours.
You request?
2.5 hours. We only make this request, Mr. Speaker, based on the scope of the issues covered by the witness. They are not issues we can address in a short time. Our main witness, I think, was cross-examined for a similar amount of time. It's only fair for purposes of equality of arms.
Let's try 1.5, and then we'll gauge it from there.
The Honorable Governor Mwangaza, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council.
Would you agree that the cultural structure and values and attitudes of the Mount Kenya community are substantially similar, even though there may be small details of variation?
No.
So it is your case, the culture of the Ameru, Aembu, and the Gikuyu are vastly different.
Yes.
Are their languages also vastly different, or are they substantially mutually intelligible?
Different.
Are they mutually intelligible?
No.
I put it to you, Kawira, that anyone who lives in this country actually knows there isn't much difference in the cultures, values, and attitudes of those three communities. What do you say to that?
There is difference because, for example, in Meru we have Jorincheke. Do the Kikuyus have Jorincheke?
They have Kiama, and I'm sure you know even the Jorincheke is also called Kiama. It's just a difference of names. Anyway, Governor Kawira Mwangaza is the governor of Embu a man or a woman?
A woman.
To the best of your knowledge, is this woman governor being hounded out by some misogynistic male leadership?
Unless she's here to testify, I cannot testify.
To the best of your knowledge, has the woman governor of Embu been impeached 3 times? Has she faced 3 impeachment motions in the last 1 year?
I know of one uhuru who was impeached twice.
Let's stick to Embu for now. Has the governor of Embu faced 3 impeachment motions in the last 1 year?
No.
Nakuru equally as a woman governor, right?
Yes.
It has a huge population of Mount Kenya diaspora. True or untrue?
True.
Has that woman governor in Nakuru faced 3 impeachment motions in the last 1 year?
No.
Kwale as a woman governor, true or false?
True.
The people of Kwale are Bantus, just like the people of Mount Kenya, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
Has that woman governor faced 3 impeachment motions in the last 1 year?
No.
Homa Bay, which is a different cultural area, as a woman governor, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
Has she faced any impeachment motion in the last 1 year?
No.
As a matter of fact, Meru itself, as an elected woman MCA, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
To the best of your knowledge, has that woman MCA in Meru encountered any backlash from a toxic masculinity to hound her out of office?
Several times.
Have you adduced that evidence anywhere in your response?
No, because it was not part and parcel of my response.
Meru as a woman representative, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
In fact, you yourself were a woman representative of Meru for a whole 5 years.
Yes.
Did anyone try to recall you because you are a woman?
No.
Good. Let's go to, you just told Mr. Speaker, it's more common story in Meru. Tell me whether you know of this story, which is also very common in Meru, of a woman who would beat her husband, then scream, and because the society is socialized to think it is the man beating the woman, and she has locked the house, people would think it is the man who was beating the woman, while the truth was the other way around. Have you ever heard of that story?
No.
Of course, you've never heard of it, because it's not convenient. Let's agree, Governor Kawira, for argument's sake, without conceding, let's agree the MCAs are indeed acting under the influence of external people. Would that mean your sisters never received the monies we allege?
Pardon?
If we temporarily agree for argument's sake that the reason the MCAs have impeached you all these times is because of toxic masculinity and evil motives and malice and whatnot, we want, for argument's sake, in my next series of questions, to work on the assumption that that is true. If the MCAs are malicious, would that be an answer to why your sisters were receiving monies irregularly from the county?
No.
If the MCAs are intimidated or influenced, would that be an answer to the count on usurpation of statutory functions of the County Public Service Board?
No.
Indeed, Governor Kawira, the motivations of the MCAs, you will agree, are therefore irrelevant as long as there is evidence in support of the charge.
There is no support in the charge.
That's for the Senate to decide, but assuming there is evidence in support of the charge, is it your position the charge would fail because even though there is evidence, the MCAs are driven by an ulterior motive? Is that what you're inviting the Senate to do, assuming the Senate believes you're an innocent victim of evil machinations? Does that undo the evidence against you on the charges?
The charges should have evidence.
If they have the evidence, my question is, would evil intentions on the part of the MCAs undo that evidence? Would the evidence cease to exist because the MCAs are acting maliciously?
No.
The answer is?
No.
No. So you will agree with me, therefore, the case against you should be decided on the evidence, not on the motivations of the MCAs.
Yes, on the evidence.
Thank you very much. That's a very useful answer. Let's go to the complaint by Celesio. Mr. Speaker, that would be from page 1 of volume 2. You just told the Senate that the reason you did not account for the entire 78 million is because the motion only related to your sisters. Is that still your position?
Yes.
Did you read volume 2 as you read the impeachment motion?
Where is the volume?
Did you read the bundle that contains the Assembly's evidence?
The evidence is the IFMIS extract by Celesio.
Correct.
Yes.
In fact, the impeachment motion says the evidence is in the complaint by Celesio. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
It would mean, therefore, the impeachment motion must be read together with the complaint by Celesio. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
Can you refer to paragraph 11 of the motion? (11A), can you read it to the Senate?
Yes, I can read.
Read it for us.
Page 7 of 68. Evidence of the governor engagement, convenience, and complicity in the proceeding. 2, gross violation of the Constitution. 3, 2, gross misconduct. 3, gross abuse of office to be found in a complaint by Duranira Celesio Mutuma to Ethics and Corruption Commission on 11th August 2023.
So you agree you are given sufficient notice that the Assembly will be relying on the complaint by Celesio in the motion itself. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
Fair enough.
Incorrect.
We said it's okay, we can live with your answer. But let's go to the complaint by Celestio. Can you go to page 4, volume 2? What does it say? At 2.5?
For volume.
It refers to Kadhure Rukaria Catherine, isn't it?
Yes.
It is therefore correct that you had prior notice. There is a complaint by Celestio regarding payments to this particular person.
Kadhure Rukaria.
Did you or did you not receive this page 4, volume 2, Governor Kawira? Either you did or you did not receive it.
I want to see the charge first because the charge talks about embezzlement of funds by relatives.
Yes, we moved from the charge to the evidence where you already referred to the complaint by Celestio. The complaint has to be read in its entirety.
The author of the IFMIS report, Celestio, in the IFMIS report, we have more than 100 persons who have received funds.
And all these 100 persons are persons working in your office, correct or incorrect?
And these 100 persons are not mentioned in the impeachment.
Fair enough, Governor. Do these 100 persons work in your office? Either they do or they don't.
I'm not aware of everyone who works in my office.
Good. But does page 17 indicate these are from your office? At the top of page 17, does it show that these are transactions by persons who work in the office?
Currently, county government of Meru, we have 6,000 employees, and I cannot know every person by name.
Governor, unfortunately, you don't have the luxury of ducking my questions. My question is, does this IFMIS indicate in black and white that these are transactions by persons working in your office?
I don't.
Either it does or it doesn't.
I don't think so.
Can you read the top, the very first item on that page 17?
Yes.
Read it to the Senate.
Vote. These are small ones, I can't see.
I don't mind if your assistant can read for you.
Okay.
She can read for you.
Vote 3562, Meru, Office of the Governor.
You will agree, Madam Governor, the document itself indicates it's about transactions in your office, not another office.
In my office, from July 2022, when I was not the governor of Meru.
Yes, and while you were seated here, we pointed out only 12 transactions lie in the previous regime. All the others have happened when you were the governor, correct or incorrect?
And that's why, Council, you want me to know everyone who, including those who worked in the previous regime, from this document?
You won't get away from this, Madam Governor, by being clever. Can you see page 17? You confirm the transactions begin on 1st July,
yes,
when Kiraitu was the governor,
yes,
right?
Yes.
And it follows like that, 1st July, and when July ends, the next entries are for 20th September 2022. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
Correct. You are the governor as at September 2022.
Yes.
It must therefore follow
that for all these hundreds of transactions, all of them except the first 12 happened during your tenure as governor of Meru?
Yes.
Good. Let's go back to the complaint by Celestio. At page 4, Celestio talks of withdrawals by Kadhure Rukaria Catherine. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
And he has analyzed them, and most of them are indicated the payment description is not applicable. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
In your understanding of government accounting and PFM, should public money be expended and the accounting description is not applicable?
Council, I'm not an accountant.
You are the governor, unfortunately, so answer my question.
As the governor of Meru, the way I understand is that after this IFMIS report, if it's a genuine one, of which I doubt, follows an audited report. Before me, if it was an audited report which clears or rectifies any mess that is in IFMIS report, then it could be a question that I could be easily able to answer.
Does the county government have access to IFMIS?
Yes.
In fact, your junior officials have credentials to IFMIS.
Yes.
Therefore, they could easily have just logged in and printed the correct IFMIS if your case is you doubt the authenticity of this one. Correct or incorrect?
I repeat again that IFMIS extract is not the final document.
That's not my question, Madam Governor. The question is, would your CEC finance, would your chief officer finance, would your own chief of staff, who is the accounting officer in your office, do all these people have login credentials to IFMIS?
They have.
Good. And therefore, when the assembly asked you to present the IFMIS extract, all your officials needed was to log in, print, submit. Correct or incorrect?
There was a reply by the...
There is a reply. Answer my question. All they needed to do, if there was any reason to doubt the authenticity of this IFMIS, was to log in and print.
Council, do the assembly rely on IFMIS?
Madam Speaker, I ask that the witness answers my question. I don't want to have an altercation with her. I need your protection, Madam Speaker.
Madam Governor, just answer the question, please.
They have the right to print the...
Yes, and therefore you will acknowledge all they needed to put this matter to rest if there was no embezzlement was to log in and print. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
But instead of doing that very simple task, your CEC and your officials, what they did is to manually type their own figures instead of those on the system. Page 105 of your response. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
Are you saying the document at page 105 of your response is a system-generated report?
This is generated from my office or from the Salesio?
It is from your office. It is in your response, Madam Governor.
In my response, we are dealing with the IFMIS report by Salesio, the activist, or a report from my office.
If I unpack your own defense for you to answer the question, I don't know, Madam Speaker, who is answering questions. In your defense, you actually rely on the report by Celestio. And in addition, you have brought something you have manually typed which is a parallel document, not the one from IFMIS.
Counsel, you're insisting that she has typed and she's saying they did not. Can you re-ask the question so that she can answer that?
On its face, the document in your defense, is it generated from IFMIS or is it manually typed? Because that should be clear from the face of the document.
This is the summary of IFMIS payment.
It is not an extract from IFMIS, is it or is it not?
It is an extract of the IFMIS.
Does it have a timestamp?
Time what?
And if timestamp?
Yes.
Where is the timestamp? Show it to us.
It has the voucher number, the payee.
I'm not talking about voucher numbers. I'm talking about a timestamp. System-generated reports from IFMIS indicate when they were printed, when they were downloaded. They leave a footprint. Who keyed them and when? You will agree, Madam Governor, so that we save time, your document is not system-generated. And that's why I said you typed it. If you refuse to answer the question, I'll proceed and invite the Senate to make whatever conclusions it wants to conclude from that refusal.
Counsel, you can put it to her and proceed.
There?
You can put it to her and proceed.
Madam Governor, I'm putting it to you that you're refusing to answer this question.
I'm not refusing to answer any question.
I put it to you, you're dodging my questions.
Which one particularly?
Whether the report at page 105 of your defense is a system-generated document or a document typed on a desk by someone.
It's a system of a summary of IFMIS payment.
We'll leave it to the Senate to see who to believe on that so that we don't spend all the time on one issue. At page 10 of our volume 2, how much money does Celestio say Catherine Rukaria irregularly withdrew from the vote for the office of the governor? 29, there is a total there. It is how much? Can you read it for the Senate?
Grand total payment made by Catherine Rukaria, 29,018,714.
How much does he give as the total that was withdrawn from your office during this period covered by the IFMIS?
Grand total paid to the county government of Meru.
Yes.
That is 188 million. That is the grand total paid to the county government.
Read the exact figure. What is the exact figure?
88,609,373.
And he says the amount withdrawn by just one Catherine Rukaria is what percentage of the total? It is indicated there in black and white?
15%.
15%.
Yes.
Let's go to lead and gather, same page 10. Again, Celestio has outlined many payments where the description is not applicable. Correct or incorrect on the face of it?
Correct.
Let's go to page 12 that involves your sister. Celestio has again listed all the specific payments to your sister. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
And again, most of them, the item description is not applicable. And on the IFMIS, the description is prepayment. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
And what is the total amount, this sister of yours?
2,769,000.
Is this amount smaller or bigger than the total amount for the interest you have submitted to the Senate? This amount here of 2,769,000, is it smaller or bigger than the amount you have accounted for?
Let me see the booklet that I have accounted for.
You have only accounted for 2.6 million, Madam Governor, for all the relatives, and yet for just one of them, the amount irregularly disbursed is 2.7 million. I'm putting it to you that the sum of the amount of money you have accounted for all your relatives is actually smaller than the amount paid to just one of them, as per this document.
And as per this document, which is an IFMIS report, the audited report clears any error that is in this report. We have cases in this same report that you are referring to, some of the payments named as hospitality payment, which are hospital surprise rather than hospitality payments. Who will rectify the mess which is still in your evidence booklet named as hospital surprise rather than hospitality surprise?
Governor Kawira, who is responsible for inputting transactions on IFMIS at Meru County?
PFM Act Section 103 gives the responsible person to correct the measures. It establishes the CEC finance is the end and it makes all decisions. And the Public Audit Act 31 spells out the audit process for documents to be tabled before Parliament and Assembly.
So you will agree with me?
So this IFMIS report must go through the audit for us to get a final copy that can be read by this honorable House.
Except that's not the question I asked you, and I agree with you. But you agree the answer to my question is that it is your officials who enter the data in this IFMIS.
Who is right now? Is it our officials or the activists?
Answer my question. Madam Speaker, please.
Councillor, what is your question?
My question is whether it is county officials in Meru who keyed in the data on IFMIS.
Governor?
Yes, it is the county officials for our case. And therefore, you will agree with me, if there is any misrepresentation of hospital as hospitality in IFMIS, the person that should take responsibility for that is your own officials, correct or incorrect?
Correct, and that's why we have another process.
I have received my answer,
audit.
Madam Governor. You have said it's correct. You have given an explanation that the reason your officials and relatives receive all these payments is by way of interest. That's why on IFMIS it is captured as prepayment, isn't it?
Yes.
Are you aware an interest is to be surrendered within 7 days?
Prepayment cancel is money requested for activities not done, and after the activities have been done, the accounting person accounts for every coin before receiving any other money.
Again, you're dodging my question.
Repeat
the question is, isn't an interest supposed to be surrendered and accounted for within 7 days?
Surrender of interest are surrendered within specific days?
My question is very easy. By law, should an imprest be surrendered within 7 days? It's either yes or no. Should an imprest be surrendered and accounted for within 7 days? What's your answer, Madam Governor?
I'm not sure if it's within 7 days.
Fair enough. You will also agree with me, this report covers an entire year, financial year, July to the date, the last date there. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
And therefore, if payments made in September last year by way of imprest still appear as prepayment, the only conclusion that arises is that those imprest were never surrendered and accounted for. It is the only accounting conclusion that ensues, Madam Governor. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect. And the reason is that you cannot receive funds from the Treasury before surrendering everything that you received earlier on.
As a matter of fact, Madam Governor, so that I show you you're a liar, can an officer be given an imprest without accompanying hard cash?
Repeat again.
Is an imprest given with, is an imprest when an officer takes an imprest, aren't they given cash? Isn't that why it is indicated as a prepayment? Because they have been given cash to expend and later account.
It depends whether the
it is yes
government
or no, Madam Governor. Can one be given an imprest without a cash disbursement to them? Would you call that an imprest?
It is a prepayment.
Madam Governor, I put it to you, you can't have it both ways. It is your case that the reason these items appear as imprest on IFMIS is because they were by way of imprest. Isn't that your defense, Madam Governor?
Can you ask clearer? What is it? What question do you want her to answer?
The question, Madam Governor, which I'm putting to you, is that your answer that officers take imprest and then later on, when money is disbursed from Treasury, they are paid. That is why they are paid several, they appears.
What is the question? Are you putting it to her or you asking?
I'm putting it to her, Madam Speaker, that your answer cannot hold, which you gave in chief, that the reason your relatives have several payments on the same day is because money is paid after the event and after there has been an accumulation. That cannot be correct because an imprest is always supported by hard cash. So it is given on cash basis. So the question of waiting for money does not hold, Madam Governor.
These are prepayments and these are money requested for activities not paid before. And when money arrives to the county government, they are paid. For example, if I'm traveling today from here to a certain destination, we will use our own resources and later surrender the documents for the person concerned to receive the payment.
Let's use your own example, Madam Governor, pause it there. If you travel today on your own money, which will be refunded later, would you be given an imprest for spending your own money?
You will be paid for spending
That's not my question, Madam Governor. You're going on a trip and we all agree it happens every day. On your own money to be refunded later. Are you given an imprest on that occasion when you're traveling on your own pocket to claim later?
You will be given imprest if there are some goods you are required to buy on cash. And the amount of money that the council we are discussing is the office of the governor, where there are no projects apart from the usage of money by way of travels and other things like purchase of items in the office of the governor. No projects is done in the office of the governor. How else do we expect the office of the governor to work or to receive money if not by this form?
I did ask you any question,
formula.
Madam Governor, about projects. We are talking.
Councillor, can you wrap up on that question? And can you? I think the Senate might be able to appreciate the issue of interests. I request that you move to the next question.
Madam Speaker, my name is Moreru, and I have a few questions for the Governor. Madam Governor, we were told by your witness, the CEC for Legal and Public Service Management, that the originals of the surrender documents are with the auditors. Is that your position?
Yes.
And he told us that the originals that are with the auditors are signed. Is that your position?
Yes.
So if the originals are with the auditors and they are signed, where did you get these surrender documents that are not signed?
Council, what happens after you surrender the interest? When you surrender the surrender of the interest, you have a voucher that is in your documents attached to your files, signed, verified, and examined by an examiner. I think those are the documents you have. Are they examined and verified?
No, the documents we have are not examined or signed by the Director of Accounts or by the Chief Officer of Finance. And if your testimony or your evidence is that the originals are signed and they are with the auditors, where did you get these copies that are not signed? Can you have two documents? One which is signed, the original, and another document that is not signed with respect to the same transaction?
Of course, every person has to keep a record of what maybe you might be asked to give and give it out.
So you would agree with me then that the documents you provided here are not a proper record or representation of the documents that are with the auditors?
And that's why we have...
No, it's a yes-no question. Would you agree with me then that the documents that you've provided here, because they are not signed, and the ones that are with the auditors, the originals, are signed, then these documents, obviously, are not a proper representation or copies of the documents you submitted to the auditors?
They are the same documents submitted to the auditors.
Madam Speaker, I think at this point I'll invite the Senate to make the necessary conclusion. Governor, you can turn with me to page 295 of our volume 2. And my first question, Governor, is whose responsibility is it by law to appoint chief officers? Is it your responsibility to appoint chief officers?
No.
By law, whose responsibility is it to appoint chief officers?
Public Service Board.
Governor, maybe I can clarify there that the position of the law, if you check section 45 of the County Governments Act, is that the governor appoints chief officers on recommendation of the County Public Service Board.
Yes.
The County Public Service Board advertises.
Yes.
They shortlist.
Yes.
They interview.
Yes.
Then they submit names. And in fact, in your case, they submitted 3 names for every department
Yes.
to the governor for formal appointment.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
So who does the actual appointment? The governor.
Yes.
So the document at page 295, now that you agree that it is the governor who formally appoints chief officers as by law. You will then you will agree with me, Governor, that the document at page 295 emanates from your office. It is signed by the county secretary for Her Excellency the Governor, and it communicates your decision as governor to appoint certain individuals as chief officers, some in acting capacity, some in substantive positions, correct?
Council, I would like you to...
It's a yes-no question, Governor, so that we move.
There's no.
So you have not appointed these persons?
I've not appointed.
Okay. I'll refer you then to number 1, Naomi Kamunde, that is appearing. Can you read aloud what the document says at number 1?
I want to read from slightly above number 1.
Okay, you can start there then.
Redeployment.
Okay. Redeployment, go ahead. Or maybe assistant can
In
read for you.
order to improve on efficiency and effectiveness in the service delivery, the following changes have been agreed upon.
Okay.
Naomi Kamunde to move from Office of the Governor, Directorate of Protocol, to perform functions of Chief Officer, Office of the Governor, awaiting substantive Chief Officer.
Okay.
Yes.
So, by this letter, Naomi Kamunde is to move from the Office of the Governor, correct?
Yes.
And perform the functions of Chief Officer, awaiting a substantive Chief Officer, correct?
Yes.
And we've agreed that the power to appoint Chief Officers resides in you as a governor.
Is that appointment?
No, we have agreed that the power to appoint resides in you as a governor, correct?
Yes.
Is it your position that in appointing chief officers in acting capacity, the governor need not consult the County Public Service Board?
In this case...
No, it's a yes-no question, Governor. Is it your position that in appointing chief officers in acting capacity, the governor need not consult the County Public Service Board? Is that your evidence?
Who has signed this document?
It is signed. Answer my question. Madam Speaker, I think at this point I'll seek your protection. May the witness answer the question.
Madam Governor, just answer the question, sir.
It's a yes?
Repeat again.
Is it your evidence that in appointing chief officers, in whatever capacity, whether substantive or acting, the governor need not consult the County Public Service Board? Is that your evidence?
When appointing a new chief officer.
When appointing a new chief officer. So I take it that it is your evidence that when appointing a chief officer in acting capacity, the governor need not consult the County Public Service Board. That is your evidence.
The county secretary also has the powers.
By what? By which law? By which law? Show me the law. I am willing to be persuaded, Madam Governor, show me the law. What allows the county secretary to appoint chief officers?
Not
in
to
whatever
appoint,
capacity.
but to redeploy.
Governor, the question is not on the deployment. The question is on appointment. The question is on appointment. And turn with me to page 335. What document is on page 335?
advisory on transfers and appointments.
Okay.
This is an advisory.
An advisory by the County Public Service Board. Yes. At paragraph 2, just read aloud what the County Public Service Board has advised all chief officers, because this is an internal memorandum, through the County Secretary who is the head of public service.
The County Public Service Board have advised the County Secretary and Head of Public Service, but not the Governor of Meru.
Okay. Yeah. But we agreed that it is a function of the Governor to appoint chief officers. We agreed on that, section 45.
Yes.
Okay.
But
go ahead
there
and
is
read it.
No
just go ahead
advisory
and
by the county government or the County Public Service Board to the Governor.
I agree with you on that, but I'm saying just read paragraph 2. Or do I read it aloud for you to agree?
No, I should read.
Okay.
This is advisory to the County Secretary and Head of Public Service with respect to establishment of offices, appointments, including acting appointments to all levels of staff. Please note that it is the sole statutory responsibility of the County Public Service Board as guided by the sections 59, subsection 1, A and B, 63 and 64 of the County Government Act 2012, to read together with the section 34, Act 2017, and section 16 and 23, PSC Regulations 2020, any other appointments done outside this is deemed null and void.
The County Public Service Board says that all appointments, including acting appointments at all levels of staff, is by law, and the laws are quoted there. It is the sole statutory responsibility of the board, correct?
Yes.
So, could you then, you or your chief or your county secretary, in the document on page 295 and 296, purport to appoint chief officers in acting capacity or substantive capacity? Could you purport to do so? Are you within the law in purporting to do so? That is my question.
I am not the one that did this. The letter is clearly signed by the county secretary.
But for who, Madam Governor? The letter is signed by the county secretary for who? For the governor, correct? And the appointment is issued in the letterhead of the office of the governor, correct? At page 295.
Where?
At page 295, on the top of the page, the letterhead is office of the governor, correct?
The letterhead for all the offices in my office have office of the governor, not this one specifically.
No problem, but this one specifically is office of the governor.
Yes.
Is the county secretary...
Council, sorry to interrupt.
Thank you.
I would like to alert all parties of the timelines that we are going to follow, and we are going to strictly adhere to this. The cross-examination will end at 7:10 without any extra minute. The re-examination will start from 7:10 to 7:30. The clarification by senators will start from 7:30 to 7:50. And then we'll have the closing statement on behalf of the County Assembly for 60 minutes from 7:50 to 8:50. Then we'll have the closing statement on behalf of the government for 60 minutes from 8:50 to 9:50. And then from 9:50 to 10, we will have an in-camera session. And the Senate will then have debate on the motion and division between 10 and 11:50 p.m. So this is to alert you to just bear that in mind. Thank you.
Very well, Madam Speaker. We are guided accordingly. So, Governor, back to my question. The specific letter on page 295 is issued in the letterhead of the office of the governor. And we have agreed that the governor is the appointing authority for chief officers, correct? Mm-hmm. Is the county secretary staff in the office of the governor?
The county secretary
Yes.
and the public?
Is the county secretary
in the county government of Meru?
Staff in the county government of Meru.
Yeah.
You will agree with me that the county secretary is the head of public service and is therefore not a staffer in the office of the governor.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
So, in as much as you might want to say that the county secretary was signing on your behalf, is not.
The county secretary
is not a staffer in your office, correct?
The county secretary assigned the letter
for the governor, though he is not a staffer in your office, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Governor, turn with me to page 384 of our volume 2. Under paragraph 4, that is a response by the County Public Service Board to the clerk of the County Assembly. You will agree with me that in that response, the County Public Service Board states, and I quote, the board is the appointing authority according to Section 64 of the County Government Act.
Not disputed.
And the board, however, was not involved in the appointment of the acting chief officers as per the Act. You agree with me? At least that is apparent on the face of the document, correct?
Maybe.
You agree?
I'm not the one that was writing to them.
No, but you agree that is what the board says, Governor? That is
yes,
obvious.
According to the letter.
Okay. So the board, the County Public Service Board, actually disowns your appointment and says that the appointments of the 17 chief officers whom you have appointed on the 23rd of August, most of whom are in acting capacity, was done without its involvement. Correct?
And to me, the board, the role of
so yes, no question, Governor, so that we move.
Council, the role of the board is to give advisory to the end of county public service.
No, the role of the board is to recommend for appointment to you so that you appoint. The powers reside in you, not the county secretary. We agree on that, Governor.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the board disowns those appointments and says that you did not consult the board in making the appointments. You specifically, because you are the appointing authority.
And I specifically did not appoint any person.
I think.
Madam Speaker, we are constrained to seek your direction because we believe the rules of cross-examination is that a witness answers questions, they don't tell stories. And the reason we seek your direction and perhaps invocation of your powers under the relevant standing order is that we believe this witness is engaging us in an altercation, knowing very well our time is very limited, so that we don't have the opportunity to put to her all the relevant questions that we need to put.
Madam Governor, please answer the questions as asked.
Council, I have never appointed
Madam
any
Speaker,
of these.
Madam Speaker, just hold on. Council, can you ask the question and can she answer it?
Madam Governor, my question is, the County Public Service Board has disowned your appointments.
Not my appointments.
Who is the appointing authority?
The person who has signed here.
So, Governor, are you saying you have abdicated your roles as Governor and you delegated your authority to appoint to the County Secretary?
I have not delegated.
So, who appointed these officers? Is it you or the County Secretary?
The County Secretary.
Okay. So, Governor, you're telling this Honorable House that as Governor, you can delegate your statutory authority to appoint the chief officers Just a moment, Madam Speaker. I want to show you, you can turn to our volume 3, or maybe I can just show you. Our volume 3, it's a small bundle. with a green cover, the appointment of county chief officers. Governor, you will agree with me on 45, section 45, it reads as follows, that whenever a vacancy arises in the office of the county chief officer, the respective governor shall within 14 days nominate qualified and experienced county chief officers from among persons competitively sourced and recommended by the County Public Service Board, and with the approval of the County Assembly, appoint county chief officers. You agree? That is the law. That is the law, Governor. You agree?
Council, I agree.
Very well, Madam Governor. So, have you presented a valid authority before this House to show that you could validly delegate your authority to the County Secretary to appoint this chief officer on your behalf?
The acting chief.
Is there an authority? Is there an authority, Madam Governor?
Council,
from your documents.
Let me explain, Council.
Is there an authority? Yes or no?
These acting
Madam Governor, is there an authority?
Are
Madam Governor,
in the same
they want a
office.
yes or no answer. Just answer. Whether you
No one has
delegated
been
that authority.
sourced from outside. These are directors at acting capacity awaiting
I think, Madam
substantive
Speaker,
recruitment.
I leave the Senate to draw a conclusion on that question. Madam Governor, you can turn with me to page 68 of our volume 2. And for purposes of clarity, in your exam in chief, you stated that you did not travel to China, correct?
Yes.
You never traveled to China.
I have.
Did you seek clearance to travel to China?
Yes.
You sought clearance?
Yes.
But you never traveled?
Yes.
Okay. The document on page 68 says, and the question is, the persons in the letter that is signed by the county secretary makes reference to, following the invitation of the governor of Meru County, the following technical team. The wording is technical team, correct?
Yes.
And turn with me to page 86. In that letter, you can see your name listed there as part of the persons who were supposed to travel to China, correct?
Yes.
Though you never did.
I never did.
So, because, Madam Governor, your defense is that your relatives traveled as part of an advance team, yet in the letter of 5th June 2023, we see that you tried to obtain clearance on the same day. Were they traveling as part of an advance team of another team that was to come if you are in the same letter with them seeking clearance? Is that defense consistent with what we see on page 86?
Yes, it is.
Fair enough. And at page 87, Madam Governor, we see a Mr. Nefat Kenyu Meme, whose title is designated as Director External Linkages, correct?
Yes.
And in your testimony, you say that he was an office administrator in the office of the governor.
Yes, and later moved to act in the external leakages.
And later moved to?
External leakages acting director.
Okay. Was he competitively recruited by the board in order for him to act? Okay, not competitively recruited. Let me rephrase, Madam Speaker, I'm sorry. Was he formally appointed by the board, County Public Service Board, in order for him to act as a director external linkages? Was he?
He was an
yes or no?
He was an employee of county government.
Was he appointed formally by the County Public Service Board in that acting capacity? Was he?
By the County Public Service Board?
Yes.
No.
He was not.
By the county secretary?
By the county secretary?
Yes.
And in that advisory that I just showed you in our bundle, in that advisory by the County Public Service Board, It says that all appointments, whether acting or substantive, in all levels of the county public service are the exclusive responsibility, statutory responsibility of the County Public Service Board. Is that not a violation of the law, Madam Governor?
It depends with the county secretary.
Does it depend on the county secretary or what the law says? Is it a matter of discretion? Or it is a matter of about compliance with what the law says?
The county secretary council cannot do this minus any law guiding him to do this.
So what is the law then that supports your position?
That's why I want someone 2 minutes to get exactly why the county secretary has power to have a director to act for some few months awaiting substantive recruitment of a chief officer.
Again, Madam Speaker, I leave the Senate to draw the necessary conclusion. In the interest of time, Madam Speaker. Madam Governor, I'll refer you to the screenshots from pages 149 of our volume 2. In your defense, you state that you're the foremost peacemaker in Meru County, correct?
Yes.
In your defense is that you're the foremost peacemaker in Meru County, correct?
I'm the
foremost peacemaker.
Yes, yes, yes.
The timestamp appearing on the screen grab at page 149 is on 20th of May, 2023, at the top, correct?
Yes.
Long before the impeachment motion was tabled?
It depends.
Between May and October 16th, how many months? Roughly 4 months, actually.
Yes.
Correct? And before May 20th is before the videos you played here of the parties withdrawing your support from you. Correct?
Yes.
And on this page, Madam Governor, we see your Chief of Staff removing, the screenshots are provided by the Deputy Governor for your information. Your Chief of Staff removed him from this WhatsApp group. You will agree? At least you are a member of that group. You saw that, correct?
I'm a member.
Who are the other members of the group?
So many, I don't know the number, but so many members.
Including members of the public?
Yes.
As per your defense. And at pages 155 in the other group, you can turn with me to 155. We also see that the Honorable Mutia, Chief Officer, removed the Deputy Governor from this group, which is on May 27th, correct?
Yes.
And in the interest of time, I'll refer you to page 160. This is a screen grab of your message about Kuchoma Jeshi that you are referred to by your counsel, correct?
Yes.
And your most disturbing message on page 163, a transcript of which, Madam Speaker, is on page is on page 446 of our volume 2, correct? Madam Governor, where you say, and DG mobilized fuel levy.
Yes.
Can you read that aloud, that message?
Yes, I can see the message.
I want you to read it aloud.
I can see it's Kitabun Kanata, who was copy-pasted again.
Oh, turn to page 163, where it's Governor Mwangaza, page 163.
Where is Governor Mwangaza here?
On the top. That is your message, Governor.
Okay. And the DG mobilized fuel levy.
Okay.
I continue?
Yes, continue.
Pamwe pagashwa uria pakamia mbira ya mbokando ukabaigwa.
Okay. What did you mean, Governor, by those words?
I meant that the DG mobilized fuel levy,
Okay.
as you saw in the clip.
I did not see, but go on.
As we saw in
no, just proceed, Governor. I'm not a witness.
Then I said, some will try to see things easy, according to the proverb, and they will get hard way.
They will?
They will get hard way.
Madam Speaker, the correct translation is on page 446. I don't want to spend much time on it, because it seems the governor will not as
It's a proverb. In the real sense, how do you have birembo?
No harm, Madam Governor, no harm. And this was way before that video by the DG. That was way before.
No.
When was this message written?
It was after.
You see, Madam Governor, we can follow through all the way from May 20th to May 27th, correct? When the DG was removed from the group. And the video that you played here by the DG was on 20th September.
And this WhatsApp group, you get a message and then you repost again using the same message.
So are you saying you reposted this message after 20th September?
Not myself, but the person who is kenyatta.
No, but Madam Governor, it is your message. I'm not concerned with the message by Kenyatta. I'm talking about your message. I'm talking about your message. So after 20th September, you still reposted this message, despite having it posted it before.
Yes, it was after the verification by the deputy.
You have posted this message twice. That is what you're saying. You cannot have it both ways, Madam Governor.
After the verification.
And Madam Governor, turn to page 170, where you make reference to the DG. Please read the message aloud. They want him to recover what?
Yeah. They want him to recover what? Mtosho invested every kuweka jina kwa ballot paper is investment worth CEC finance surely. Ungratefulness is a curse. Results coming up.
Governor, I will tell you, so that I move away from that issue, that the message at page 174, where you malign your deputy, the message at 176.
What about this one that I've just read?
And the message at 179 are all inconsistent with your theme that you are the foremost peacemaker in Meru County. True or correct? True or false?
False.
Okay, let us move. Madam Speaker, at this point I'll request the Secretary to play video in support of Country video number 3A.
Secretariat, you got it? Which one, Councillor?
3A.
3A. Display
3A, yes.
3A. What's happening?
Madam Speaker, maybe can my time stop running as we prepare?
Technical staff, what's happening? Did you say 3A?
3A, 3A, Madam Speaker.
Is there a problem with 3A? Council, are you able to go to another question as they prepare? Or
Madam Speaker, at this point, I wanted
process?
the videos to be played in quick
Okay.
succession,
Okay.
in the interest of time, so that I ask the questions that all the 4 videos have been played.
Who submitted that video? Is it a flash disk?
Yes, we submitted 3 flash disks
It is by a county assembly or
by the County Assembly, Madam Speaker.
the clip by county assembly?
Yes, yes, in our videos. Our video
And it
number.
is in which flash disk?
It is, I don't remember the model, but it is.
The team county assembly, can you kindly assist? 3A.
Yes, it is video number 3A. Video, the folder is videos in support of count 3, and it is 3A inside the folder.
Okay, technical team, are you able to get that?
kuthithia into kiria ntenda kuga kinya no twimbije baiteni thairwa iri national ithi keri na toba bingi nationally gintu kiria mutuma kuthithia into kiria ntenda kuga kinya no twimbije baiteni thairwa iri national ithi keri na toba bingi nationally mutumaga kumira thani ira kurira bwana Peter.
Madam Speaker, I request that video number 3B be played.
Is that the one?
That is 3A, yes. I want 3B to be played. I want all of them to be played. Then I can pose the questions.
Okay, team, any other?
3B.
3B, do you have 3B? Proceed.
Madam Speaker, I request that video number 3 be played.
Say that again.
I request that video number 3 be played because I'm strained for time.
Number C.
Yes, number C now.
Okay, move on to C.
Kaende kabati. Na tunasema hivi tukiwa na mahaslas wenzangu ya kwamba Meru County haitatekwa nyara na makatero 10 ambao wanafikiria watu 10 viongozi ambao wanalipa mshahara wa 1 million ama 500 and above hawawezi kumake decision ya kwamba Meru iko katika shimo, whereas we know shida yao ni yao wenyewe binafsi tumbo sana. Tunakuomba ufungue Meru siku ya leo, Mheshimiwa Rais.
Madam Speaker, we can move to video number 3D. 3D.
3D.
Yes, the final one.
Proceed.
Yanare antithiritie mweri jumwe gitine achoka meri etano etathira tuona gakothia kairi Saitani ashindwe mwana na tora kuriria ko Meru mwakare onge mwakoro wangare ari mwari wamba yambugithia mbusa leti bwathigire kawira wene kigua ibwathigire gikyo yeroje maru tutiomboka kumboka tusema na ili abo kenine Bwana asifiwe na ndi nyambo kama tio kavuyo kama utaneze kama tako impeachment ya vivi atia kubia dizerie ta kama liganiria kwamba bantu kwera bonjuria la kalivale banjuria ndare la meto bijathira mukama tio kavuyo akiambamba akakobia umarageta pena kiangala kengene kyo bakaije kama koroga Mulungu abalinga 20-0 na ndiba oganebeje tukuja tutiku ayekerere ndare akobia kakana batatu makiria roga indi na thirikari kuyo batwira na tulienda 2027 ngugechia muntu chiarie uti umuntu amba gwitondiriria na ari antithiririe.
As I answer your question, Council.
Is it possible? It's a yes no question, Madam Governor.
Out of the 600 vehicles we have in Meru, is governor supposed to verify work tickets for every vehicle?
No, and money is paid, which you call interest. It is used in February, and you've used one work ticket 17 times. And my question is, do you intend that work ticket be used to justify the payments that you made to your sisters? Yes or no?
I'm not aware of the work ticket.
You're not aware?
Photocopied for the purpose of this impeachment.
It has been photocopied. Very well. Madam Speaker, I believe 6 minutes. I will yield them to my colleague, Mr. Muriuki.
Madam Speaker, honorable senators, my name is Muriuki. And I shall continue from where my colleague has left. And to save on time, I will refer to page 409 of our volume 2. Page 409 of volume 2. Are you there?
Yes.
Confirm that that is the official county Facebook page.
Yes.
Confirm that the post made therein is dated 4th of March.
Yes.
Confirm that it is a post regarding the traffic marshals.
Yes.
I will also ask you to look at page 411 of volume 2. Confirm that that is your Facebook page?
Yes.
And you're talking about the traffic marshals?
Yes.
On page 392 of volume 2 still, volume 2, you're there? 392 of volume 2. The board, the County Public Service Board, page 392. Please save my time. I don't have much of it. 392 of volume 2. Are you there?
Yes.
The board has not employed any traffic marshals in the county public service. That is the item numbered 1.
It has not employed.
That is page 392. Can you see the item numbered 1?
Yes.
We see on page 409 and page 411, you appointing the traffic marshals and the board denying that appointment on page 392. That is correct, right?
Yes. But you've not appointed.
Thank you. Now, I will refer you to our volume 4, page 150. Our volume 4, kindly. Volume 4, page 150.
Council, you'll have to hurry up. You hardly have any minute.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to beg your indulgence, remembering that the Secretariat took quite a number of minutes trying to get the video. So I humbly request that you accord me just 5 more minutes and I'll be done.
Council, I'll accord you 3 minutes to make up. You might also want to expedite when you are guiding.
Page 150, volume 4, on the 3rd paragraph, you will confirm that that is an extract of the Hansard of the Meru County Assembly. Honorable senators can also confirm. And you will confirm, Governor, that your advocate on record for that day admitted that you appointed the traffic marshals since they were in your manifesto. That is the 3rd paragraph. I have underlined the relevant parts. Can you please read for us the underlined part?
The voters in Meru accepted the manifesto of Border Border. The marshals were part of the manifesto that was sold to the voters in Meru. They elected the governor based on that manifesto. Did not elect the others who did not mention border borders. A mandate is derived from the manifesto, and that is why a manifesto as an independent candidate.
Thank you. I think that makes my point. The very next page, that is, no, 152, the one after the next page. Confirm that on that page, through your counsel on record on that day, you admit that you have not assigned any duties to your deputy, and therefore your deputy should not be paying any bills or asking for any budgetary allocation.
On the day naming, where? The deputy governor is paying his bills. He has been assigned duties. He has not been assigned duties by the governor. How is he paying? To do which duties? Which bills is he paying? Because we have four types of bills.
Thank you, thank you. Which duties has he been assigned? That is what your counsel on record asked. My final question, I will refer you to page 339 of our volume 2.
Council, please wind up.
Final question, Madam Speaker. 339, volume 2.
Council, your time is up.
My final question, I was waiting for the governor to get the page, Madam Speaker. On that page, who has made that post?
It is I.
Owning the changes in the saga, that is the liquor board, the revenue board, and the liquor board and the revenue board, more specifically, correct?
Press release.
Thank you. From you. Therefore, Madam Governor, you cannot run away from the letters on page 336, 337, and 338 of the same volume, which sends these officers on compulsory leave with full payment that you have already owned in your own press release. Am I right?
You are not right.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm done.
As the team for County Assembly prepares for re-examination, and we will be strict with time, Honorable Senators, I have a communication to make on the address to Parliament by His Excellency the President, pursuant to Article 132(1)(b) and (c) of the Constitution. Honorable Senators, as you may recall, on a sitting of the Senate held on Thursday, 2nd November 2023, I communicated of a request by His Excellency the President to deliver his inaugural address to Parliament in accordance with Article 132(1)(b) and (c) of the Constitution. This is therefore to remind you that His Excellency the President will deliver his inaugural State of the Nation address to Parliament during a joint sitting of the Houses of Parliament tomorrow, Thursday, 9th November 2023 at 2:30 p.m. in the National Assembly Chamber. Honorable members, to ensure a smooth flow of motor traffic and to ensure that preparations towards facilitation of this event are well carried out, parking for members of Parliament has been reserved at Comesa parking lot in KICC and the parking lot next to the County House on Parliament Road. All vehicles parked around main Parliament buildings, that's the rear gate, canteen area, parliamentary courtyard, and at the Senate parking should be removed by close of business today, Wednesday, 8th November 2023. Your cooperation on this matter is highly appreciated. I thank you. Now, to the County Assembly team, you have 20 minutes for re-examination. If you take 15, we will be grateful.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will do it in less than 15 minutes. Let us begin from where you have left on the Facebook post regarding the changes in the liquor board. You have been told that you bear the responsibility of sending those individuals for compulsory leave because of your Facebook post. Are you looking at your Facebook post? You have the page with you?
Yes.
Madam Governor, why did you make that post? Is it because you had been part and parcel of the process of sending the employees on compulsory leave?
No.
Why did you make that post confirming the changes that had occurred?
I was notified that pending investigation by EACC, the county secretary and sent on compulsory leave the people mentioned here, and upon receiving the communication, they also say that they have appointed substantive, or they have appointed some people to hold the office pending investigations. So I posted, and you can see clearly that it's a press release that was given by the county secretary for me to release.
So your simple answer is that you communicated that which that had been done by the county secretary?
Yes, and this is the former county secretary that was there in the secretary regime.
Confirm to us that this was barely a week after you were sworn in office?
Yes, barely a week.
Did you have any particular reason to have any grudges to send these individuals for compulsory leave?
No, they had issues with the investigation according to the county secretary.
Thank you. A lot of Ulabalu has been advanced in respect of what is said to be appointment of officers in an acting capacity. To the best of your knowledge, the letter that you have been shown at page 335, is it a letter of appointment?
No.
What is it?
Advisory on transfers and appointments.
Confirm to us that that advisory is from the County Public Service Board to chief officers, not to the governor.
It is from County Public Service Board to Acting Chief Officer, Meru Public Service Board, and to chief officers.
Chief officers?
Yes.
So the advisory is targeting chief officers.
Yes.
I want you to read I want you to try and read the first paragraph of that letter so that we understand the import of the advisory.
Reference is made to a memo, reference CGM/CS/IM/3/3 286 of 6th December 2022. 2022.
Yeah, continue.
This advisory is to emphasize the message by the county secretary that the arbitrary transfers without due consultation with the CS office is discouraged at all times.
So then it is pursuant to a previous advisory by the county secretary.
Yes.
targeting chief officers.
Targeting chief officers.
Proceed.
CS office is discouraged at all times. Transfers and deployment should not be done as a form of reprimand. Staff transfer should address issues such as staff service balance, leave, and staff development, among other positive reasons, as guided by Section 43.
Thank you. Thank you. So then, it cannot be said that that advisory was targeting the governor or the county secretary, because the advisory was from the county secretary himself.
Yes, I can see it is from the acting CEC, Meru County Public Service Board County Secretary, acting as county secretary, to all chief officers.
Thank you. So it is chief officers who are discouraged from those kind of deployments without consultation with the county secretary.
Yes.
So that cannot bar the county secretary from exercising his right.
Yes.
Thank you. We have also been told that the letter appearing at page 295, quickly let us look at that letter. Is a letter of employment. To the best of your understanding, what is the title of that letter?
Redeployment.
Redeployment. What is your understanding of redeployment?
Redeployment is taking one person from one department maybe to another one, or from one duty to another one.
Is employment done for many persons in one letter, or it is done individually, if it were really an employment?
This is done for so many people in one letter.
In one letter.
Yes.
Is any of those people a new person that is not yet working with the county government of Meru?
All these have been working since even 2016, 2015 as directors and other senior officers in the government of Meru.
Is there anywhere where the salaries or remuneration of those persons is mentioned?
There is nowhere that is mentioned.
Normally, a letter of employment would have their salaries.
Yes, it should indicate.
It would also have the terms of reference.
Yes.
Does that appear anywhere in that?
It doesn't appear.
It doesn't appear.
Yes.
So in your evidence, does that amount to employment?
It doesn't amount to employment.
Is there anything that bars the county secretary from making changes within inter-departments within the county?
Nothing bars the county secretary from doing redeployment.
Thank you. You have been referred to what is now being said to be monies that were not accounted for. And by that, council took you to page 13 of their documents to indicate that monies appearing in the infamy system were not accounted for. Page 13, and the total amount is said to be 2.7 million that were allegedly paid to Rose Kenywa Wantai.
Yes.
That is a line of cross-examination. Confirm to us that this document that appears from page 1 all through to page 16 does not portray the IFMIS extract, but a mere complaint by one Salesio Mutuma.
This is a mere complaint by Duranera Salesio Mutuma.
The table that bears the total of 2.7 is not from the IFMIS extract, isn't it?
It is not from the IFMIS extract.
Thank you. When you look at the charges that you faced, was there anywhere where any specific amount was mentioned that was received by any of the people termed as your relatives that you are supposed to explain why they received such monies? Specifically, figures.
No specific figure.
Thank you. That will be all for this witness, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We now move on. And
perhaps I can ask just one more question with your leave,
Okay.
Madam Speaker. Thank you. So, Governor, then, what would you plead the Senate to do, having heard the case from the County Assembly, having given your evidence? What is it that you ask this Honorable House to do for you?
Madam Speaker, humbly I would request this Honorable House, a constitutional house, to see, as we have heard all the allegations that are labeled before me, I'm appearing as third, fourth, fifth party in all these accusations. It is my humble request that as you sit as judges, I'm forced to answer allegations that are done or some issues that are not directly involving the governor of Meru. In these allegations, there is nowhere, Honorable Madam Speaker, that I have signed any document nor delegated anyone to any person via the allegations tabled today before this Honorable Senate. Madam Speaker, today, I don't count it as an unfortunate day for me because at least the whole world have known the truth. I urge this Honorable Senate, honorable members, as you sit today, to consider and give justice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and that will be the close of our case.
Thank you, Council. We now move on to the clarifications by senators, and I request that strictly we adhere to the 2 minutes so that we give as many senators opportunity, maximum 2 minutes, and we begin with the Senator Sigei. This session will end at 7:50, as I had said earlier. Yeah, it's about 20 minutes. Senator Sigei, when you're done, please approach the bench.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm troubled with three things. I'll ask three clarifications, and this one is to the Council for the Governor, alias Mutuma. Number one, I want to get your response, in particular to the allegation with regards to a gentleman by the name Nefat, whose employment history dates back to 2016, employed at Job Group H. In 2023, acted in Job Group R, and the document that we've been given appearing at page 384 of the County Assembly's bundle from which to get your responses, Council. Two, witness number 3, I can't recall the name, is called Mr. Munene Nganata, sorry. At paragraph 13 of his affidavit, he made reference to employees whose position at the time of employment was cleaners, and a document which has been submitted as evidence before the House, appearing at page 407 and 374. The responses that will clear my mind will probably be that coming from you, because what Mr. Nganata responded to as he was asked is not clear to me. And lastly, your position with regards to a number of videos which entertained this House on oathing. On the one hand, there was an element of some
Senator Sotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I want to direct this clarification to the Council for the County Assembly. Mr. Speaker, there seems to be some disparities in the document submitted by the County Assembly in relation to the invitation letter to China. The document submitted by the County Assembly on page 60 differs in content from the document submitted by the governor on page 425 of the bigger document of evidence. But when you look at the two documents keenly, Mr. Speaker, the document for the County Assembly does not refer to the other assignments the county government went to do in China, that is housing and agriculture. But another document attached on page 68 of the County Assembly bundle confirms that actually housing and agriculture was one of the functions. So my concern, which I want clarification from the Council for the County Assembly, is to explain the deviation in the two letters, the letter by the governor and the letter by the County Assembly, and explain to this House which letter is the correct letter to go with.
Council for the Governor, proceed to respond to the question as asked by Senator Sigei, and then the Council for the County Assembly, you will respond to the question raised by Senator Osotsi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. In answer to the question posed by Senator Sigei, my understanding of job grouping is that the position to which a person is appointed then dictates the job group they will fall to. So one would rise from one job group based on the new position that they have been given. Indeed, my understanding is that we've had chief officers appointed as CCMs, therefore necessitating the change of their job groups. That would be my simple answer to that question. I'll invite my friend, Mr. Mutembei, to answer the other question on the cleaners. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to respond to the question from Senator Sigei. The question was asking why some cleaners appear to be categorized as senior support staff in the pay slips that have been produced in the bundle of documents by the County Assembly. Although the witness, notwithstanding the fact that the witness confirmed that the pay slips cannot be authenticated, it is the position that cleaners are actually support staff. And cleaners would be categorized as senior support staff based on their salary. If you look at the pay slip that has been produced, the one that appears as senior support staff is earning a basic salary of 18,000, and that is in tandem with the role of a senior support staff. That would be the simple answer. Thank you.
Council for County Assembly.
Mr. Speaker, the question was as to discrepancies between the letter at page 425 of the governor's bundle and the letter at page 60 of the Assembly's bundle. It is indeed true, Mr. Speaker, that there are discrepancies, and that's why we have kept telling you the governor has forged the document she has presented to you, and here's why. If you check the document at page 60 of the Assembly's bundle, you will note Mr. Speaker, it bears the stamp of the county government, received by the county government on 25th of April. The one the governor has produced is not stamped by our own county government. That's one indication of what we call forging of documents. And if there is any other doubt, Mr. Speaker, when you go to page 68 of our BADO, the county secretary, when they wrote to the ministry, they attached the letter inviting them to China. And the letter the county secretary attached is the version that the county assembly has produced, and it is attached at page 69 of our BADO with the same stamp. And it is our submission, therefore, the governor must have forged this document, as we have been saying all along, at page 425 of our BADO.
Senator Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question goes to the governor in relation to Okolea. So, Governor, who funds Okolea? And if you may, because it's in public domain, that the activities of Okolea were once banned by the Minister or CS for Interior, why, in your view, was it banned? Number two, Mr. Speaker, the image that has been portrayed of the relationship between the governor and the county assembly members has been very rosy, especially after the past impeachment proceedings. Governor, where and why did the reins start beating you, as in the relationship between you and the members of the county assembly? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those are my questions.
Governor, proceed to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Okolea program, as I said before, has been there for the last 12 years. It is purely funded by Baite Family Fellowship, where I'm the bishop. All the offerings that we get from the church, the pastors and the members of the church take all the money, buy blankets, mattresses. I also donate 50% of my salary towards the Okolea program. It is purely a program by the church and my family, funded by the donations made in our church, and my 50% contribution from my salary. The issue of banning the Okolea, it is just the other day when we had one at Igembe, where my deputy governor incited the youths, as you saw in the video, slaughtered the cow that was supposed to be donated to a poor woman. There was some chaos. And then from that event is where now the CS came and said, because of the unrest in Meru, he has to ban the Okolea until there is rest in Meru. It was not banned permanently. I think for his own wisdom, he decided and acted so that you get peace and continue as a church. It is purely a church program. From the day I left this Senate during the first impeachment, we've been working well with the county assembly members until the last 2 months, when people, external forces, tried or are trying to interfere with the leadership just because of 2027 politics. That is the whole truth. And as I stand here, I know that the members of County Assembly have no issues with the governor, apart from the external forces forcing them to cause a lot of confusion in Meru for those who have decided that they will run for the position of county governor to have space and have a route via the deputy governor or via making it that Meru doesn't work. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Hamida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Governor, I was just wondering, in the event that the Senate finds you, that none of the allegations for the second time made against you have been substantiated, I'm just wondering, what happens to the Meru County? How do you plan to work with the deputy governor who has been alleged, and of course you have stated and accused him of having planning to impeach you and also plotted all the current activities and impeachment. So how do you plan to work with them? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The first action, I believe prayer works. I will continue to pray for those that are a lot of appetite to become the governor, God to lower the appetite so that we have time to work with the people of Meru. Number two, the time we left this place again, it took us just a month for us to come together and start working. It is very possible, it is very doable that we can still mend all the differences and put Meru first rather than our own interest. As a woman of God, I will forgive everyone.
Thank you, Senator Karen Nyamu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to seek clarification from Madam Governor regarding allegations raised by the Council for the County Assembly regarding of the appointment of the chief officers. Section 42(2) of the County Government Act states clearly that the office of the chief officer shall be an office in the county public service, and at the same time, Section 44(3)(a) of the same Act indicates that the county secretary shall be head of that county public service. In consideration of these two provisions, Madam Governor, do you feel that your mandate in regard to the operations of the chief officer goes only up to nominating and appointing the chief officers on approval by the County Assembly? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As much as I would not like to interfere within your office, and I believe that's why there is a structure in the government and in all governments. The County Public Service Board has its own mandate. The County Secretary of Meru has his own mandate provided by the law, and I think it's prudent enough for them to act according to the law.
Senator Oburu.
Mr. Speaker, I withdrew my question because it is exactly the same as the one Honorable Amida had asked about the reconciliation between the governor and her deputy, if she was saved would she be able to reconcile with her deputy?
Senator Mbugua.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Madam Governor, having listened to you for 2 days and the other party, and having watched many videos, I would invite you as a CEO of the county to section 192 of the Supreme Laws of the Land, and I read it for you. Article 192.1. The President may suspend a county government, A, in an emergency arising out of internal conflict or war. As a CEO of Meru County, do you think it has reached there, or there is a chance of reconciliation? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think we have not reached there. By doing that, we have killed the dreams of young men that are MCAs today. We still have chance to unite and work together.
Now, honorable senators, that wraps up as far as this witness is concerned. Honorable senators, unless I gazette tomorrow as a sitting day, we will certainly overrun the runway. Looking at the time allocated here, if we lose just a minute, I will have to gazette tomorrow to be a date for us to sit to continue hearing this matter. It's about the time factor. We only have up to midnight. So it is about the time factor here. I give you an extra 10 minutes, and we've messed it up. So for those that's why I was giving opportunity to those senators who've not spoken a word since we started, okay? So at this juncture, you can have a seat, His High Excellency, Governor Kawira.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Now, we are moving to a different session where we're going to have the closing remarks, closing statements from both sides. Now, each party will be given 1 hour to make their closing statement. You don't have to utilize the whole of that 1 hour. The maximum is 1 hour. If you can do less than that, the better, so that we can meet the midnight deadline. So, Council for the County Assembly of Meru, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As communicated yesterday in my opening, this is the third time we have an impeachment motion against the governor of Meru. And as I kept telling you, all through and through, from the time of the first impeachment motion to today, the governor's position has been that the problem is everybody else. To use our own words, she is the foremost peacemaker in Meru, even though I recall the Honorable Edwin Sifuna asking her last year, how do we reconcile the aggressive governor we see in the videos with the meek, humble, vulnerable governor that appears before the Senate? And I heard the Honorable Sifuna again ask yesterday something about for how long. The question was, for how long, Mr. Speaker, can we in good conscience allow Meru County to be in this perpetual circus of a crisis in which their governor on average, every 4 months, has fallen out with the MCAs, has fallen out that time with all the elected leaders, the same problem now, that time with the church, now with our own deputy. And the point I'm trying to make, Mr. Speaker, it cannot be said, at least not honestly, that the Honorable Governor Kawira Mwangaza is being falsely accused, is being harassed, is being intimidated, and whatnot, and whatnot. I have said many allegories, some of which have put me in trouble with the Senate. I'll tell you a few more, and hope this time I won't fall in trouble. Mr. Speaker, there is a famous book by Robert Greene, which I'm sure many of us here have read, called The 48 Laws of Power. And it describes many world events, many leaders, their successes, their failures, their mistakes, and whatnot. One of the stories I love in that book, because it is relevant to the matter before you, but also because of the event it describes and how it changed the world history. The world would be very different today. There would not be a Republic of Kenya today. Perhaps Britain and France would never have emerged as superpowers. In the 18th, 19th century, perhaps the United States would never have emerged. But for the failure of a leader in antiquity called Cyrus the Great to observe a simple rule of life called knowing when to stop. Mr. Speaker, it is our humble submission that if there was an impeachment motion in October last year highlighting misconduct of the category now before you, that motion failed because, of course, the High Court stopped the Assembly from debating it. But the point I'm making is issues were flagged about how the governor was running Meru County in that motion. She persisted, as a result of which a second motion was tabled and it reached this house. She was given very many kind lessons. I recall yesterday citing lessons from the Honorable Senator Tobiko. I recall many lessons from the Honorable Senator Karungo, and indeed many other senators. And when we came again, just like today, the look was of that of a humble, meek, polite, vulnerable governor. And she promised, as she has just promised now, that if I recall her words, Meru will be a shining example in terms of good governance, in terms of calmness, in terms of everything good. Then, as they say in the medical world, people with conditions, sometimes they use a word called relapsing. The governor, after making that promise, and admittedly after the county enjoying brief moment of honeymoon, relapsed yet again to the very things that were in the first impeachment motion, to the very things that were in the second impeachment motion, and hence the reason we are before you for the third impeachment motion. Cyrus the Great who is our lesson on leaders should know when to stop, when to change tact, when to turn a new leaf. Of course, we all know Cyrus the Great. The reason he is called the Great is that he was a great conqueror. He conquered the known world then, from Babylon to Mede to Achaemenids to Lydia. And basically, he was the ruler of the world as it was known then. But then there was one small country he discovered that didn't seem to be part of the known world, of a people called the Massageti. And instead of being content, he declares war on this country. For the record, Mr. Speaker, this country was actually led by a woman called Tomiris. And Tomiris, when Cyrus assembled his mighty army, Persia then was the superpower, assembled it on the river separating the boundaries of his empire with this small kingdom, was sent a message telling him, be content with your victory so far and the fact that you have conquered the world, and please stand. Attempt to tolerate seeing me rule my small, miserable country with its little resources, with its small army, and don't attack. And he was warned in that letter that if he attacked, nothing good would come from it. Instead of learning when to stop, Cyrus insisted on a war. Tomiris told him, then if you insist on a war, I want peace. I will allow your forces to cross the river without any resistance, and will fight from my side of the border. On one condition, that will fight a conventional war. Cyrus agreed, but because he could never stand another leader enjoying any form of glory, just like our governor cannot stand an MP, an MCA, or anyone anywhere else in leadership, she must bring them down. Cyrus was obsessed with bringing down this little kingdom that, for no good reason other than his own vanity and his failure to know when to stop. So he pulls a trick, and we have seen many tricks on this podium, of a meek, humble, vulnerable-looking governor who is a victim of very many things, whose defense is, it wasn't me, it was someone else. So Cyrus' trick involved throwing a lavish bash and setting up the soldiers of this small kingdom to a drink, and then while they were inebriated, he massacred them, leaving only a few, and took the prince of that other small country as a prisoner of war. Even after this, the leader of the small country still offered him peace and told him, you broke the rule that it will be a conventional warfare and won by a trick. I still give you another chance to return my son, and will still declare peace. Cyrus refused, and the son, of course, of Queen Tomiris, unable to live with the indignity of being a prisoner of war, committed suicide. When the people of this small country heard that the crown prince had committed suicide, small as they were, weak as they were, vulnerable as they organized a violent battle in which their army, which was about 100th of Cyrus's army, actually won the violent battle, and Cyrus himself was killed. Because of Cyrus' inability to know when to stop, Persia added as a superpower, and that is how Rome became the dominant country. And of course, the world and human civilization as we know it today is based on the Roman civilization. That's why I said, Mr. Speaker, there would have been no Britain, no France, no America, but for the mistake of one leader not knowing when to stop. Our greatest fear is that the history of Meru may take an irreversible, tragic path. We saw very violent slaughters of animals, threats of slaughtering people and whatnot, and we don't know, as I was telling you, as long as our governor keeps relapsing to these confrontations, when things will take a turn for the worse in a manner that is irreversible. Is it fair that the people of Meru live in this state of anxiety? For how long can we subject them to the situation that has now prevailed? Governor Kawira Mwangaza, of course, will tell you she knows when to stop. The record is clear. You have seen the videos from our side. You have seen the videos from our side. It is clear. She will not stop. Of course, right now she will tell you she will stop because our career is on the line. But we know better. She will not. Mr. Speaker, a story is told about a frog and a scorpion and a swollen river. The scorpion couldn't swim and asked the frog, who is an amphibian and therefore capable of crossing the swollen river, to assist the frog to cross the river. And the frog tells the scorpion in the story, "But you will sting me before we are done with crossing, and we'll both die and drown." And the scorpion promised, "No, I can't do that, because if I were to sting you while you're carrying me on your back to cross this swollen river, we would both die, and because it would be mutual destruction, as the Americans and the Russians called it during the Cold War, I have no incentive. There is no rational reason why I would sting you." And poor frog bought this story, just like you're being invited to buy the story. I will pray for them. I'll forgive them. We only need a month. So frog took scorpion on his back, and frog started swimming across the river, and right in the middle, scorpion oystered his tail and stung the frog. And of course, that poison disables the nervous system, and the frog couldn't swim, and they both started drowning. And frog asks in the story, "Why did you sting? You promised that you won't sting, and you are also aware by you stinging we would both be extinguished." And scorpion gave frog a simple answer: "I stung because it is in my nature to sting." We are submitting to you, Mr. Speaker, with all the humility. Kawira Mwangaza keeps relapsing to these violations of the law and the Constitution and the vilification. We can call whatever the specifics we want. The reason she keeps relapsing back to the same thing is because, like that scorpion in the story, it is in the nature of Kawira to sting. So even if you give her another chance, whether it is on account of pity, whether it is on account of sympathy, whatever the reason, she will sting again. And I swear, Mr. Speaker, there are no prophets in my family, but I can tell you, if you forgive her, she will sting again and will be back in this assembly. And the question is the one, therefore, asked by the Honorable Sifuna. For how long can we endure this embarrassment? Is it fair? I had the senator ask, do wants have consequences? Of course, wants have consequences. Wars have been fought because someone said words that they shouldn't have said. That's why there is an adage that says, speech is silver, silence is golden. Mr. Speaker, you were told kaende means development and other nice things. I invite any of you, because it's an open country. Kaende is not an English word, it's not a Swahili word, it's not a native word from any of our native languages. It is Sheng, street slang in Nairobi. And I told you yesterday, all you need is pick your phone, call a young person, ask them what is the meaning of kaende. And I told you the meaning is, I don't care. Na liwe liwalo. Kusera, kusera. And I recall telling you, because it is in the nature of Kawira to do these type of things. When I mean it is in her nature, I mean she can't help it. It's part of our chemistry. Unfortunately, we have human beings like those, and they are our beloved brothers and sisters. We can't get rid of them, but we can't allow them to be governor. We can't allow them. They are our beloved mothers, sisters and brothers. But the very reason chapter 6 of our constitution and all these laws we've cited is an acknowledgement that not all of us can be a state officer. Some of us may be very intelligent, they may be very eloquent, they may have very good mobilization skills. As a matter of fact, they may be loved by the people. Barabbas was so loved that the people chose him over the Son of God. But it doesn't mean they are the right holders of certain offices. And if, by what I called in the last impeachment, that seemed to bring me into trouble with the Senate, an aberration of democracy. Mr. Speaker, Article 181 exists because the drafters of our Constitution, in their wisdom, realized democracy can produce aberrations, counterintuitive products. And governors like the one before you, I very humbly submit, Mr. Speaker, they are an aberration. They are not the type of product our democratic system of government was designed. And because the makers of our Constitution knew this sort of problem can arise from time to time, this august Senate and the County Assembly were given a counter-majoritarian power to remove state officers for violations such as those before you. I told you about Shaggy yesterday and his song, It Wasn't Me. And true to my prediction, even though there are no prophets in my clan, the governor came here and the common denominator was that it wasn't me. I haven't done a single thing. Luckily, Mr. Speaker, today while cross-examining our own legal man, Dixon Monenen Kanata, we were able to show the Senate, not my words, but Section 30 of the County Governments Act, and we were able to demonstrate to you it is immaterial that the acts in question were not personally committed by the governor, because that section says the governor is responsible for those acts. Those are not my words. The section we read says the governor shall be accountable. Those are not my words. The word used in the statute is the governor shall be accountable. And why this defense cannot hold, Mr. Speaker, is you would be setting a very dangerous precedent. In fact, you will have guillotined and killed Chapter 6 and Article 181, because anyone who walks in our villages, in our streets of our cities, you don't need to be very knowledgeable to know senior state officers invariably act by instructing someone else. You rarely ever find a governor, a president, or whoever directly doing something personally. Yet our constitution says they are accountable to Parliament in the case of the national government. They are accountable to the county assembly. Those are the words of the law. Mr. Speaker, if you were to uphold this defense, it would mean no one would ever be impeached, because all you need to do is act through others. Luckily, Mr. Speaker, we also cited another law for you that expressly speaks to acting through others. And in short, all we are trying to tell you, Mr. Speaker, is that there is no valid defense to the charges against Governor Kawira Mwangaza. What she has done, which is what she has done all along, is to tell you it wasn't me. Even if she was caught on camera, it wasn't me. Even if she was caught in various places, in Shaggy's song, the man engaging in Ankipanki is caught in the bathroom, on the sofa, and in yet another place, and it's all recorded, and his persistent reply is, it wasn't me. We have shown you that defense is not available as a matter of plain law, but it is not also available as a matter of principle. I propose to leave it at that point, Mr. Speaker, to share the remaining minutes with my learned colleague, Mr. Mutembei Jacob Ngwele, who will take you to the specifics of what is the case we brought before you, what is the response to that case, what are the admissions the governor made at the county assembly, and when all that is done, we shall beseech you in the name of God, whether it is the Christian God or the God of the Nyambene and Mount Kenya hills that they are mere worship before the current civilization, that the time to stop this madness in Meru has come. And if there is no reason, if we haven't proved or satisfied you, the governor is the bishop in the Holy Book. In the event we have not persuaded you on the evidence, Mr. Speaker, I hope we have persuaded, wherever the truth lies, There is an unsustainable crisis in Meru. And even if you must jettison one person to save the ship, called Meru County with the 1 million inhabitants, your act is still justifiable even under the Holy Book. I now cede the floor to Mr. Jacob Ngwele.
Just to remind you, Council, your time terminates at exactly 8:50.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. My name is Jacob Ngwele. I'm an advocate of the High Court. I've been given this onerous responsibility of taking the House through the evidence which has been submitted before the August House. Mr. Speaker, the Senate is sitting here pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, which provides for removal of a governor from office. The question which arises and which begs this House to look at, what is the standard which this House should apply on the evidence which has been submitted by the County Assembly of Meru? My learned colleague, my learned senior, Elisha Goya, when we started, he did inform the Senate that this House is sitting in quasi-judicial proceedings. I beg to differ. The test applicable when you're evaluating the evidence which has been submitted here has already been established by the Supreme Court in 2 cases. That is, the first one is the case of Wabora, and the other one is Mike Movie case, whereby the court was clear that impeachments are a tool of political accountability. Impeachments are not criminal, neither are they civil proceedings. And therefore, the standard, the applicable standard before this House has already been established that the burden of proof, the standard of proof, is slightly above that for civil cases. That is, on a balance of probability, and below the beyond reasonable doubt. So, this House is not evaluating the governor's criminal culpability, but it is subjecting the governor to political accountability. Political accountability for the actions of the office which she occupies and the deeds which she has undertaken throughout that period of time. It is a submission that the County Assembly of Meru has demonstrated and proved its case in accordance with the standards and tests which I've laid out by the Supreme Court in the decision. And I'll proceed to take this House through the specific violations which have been submitted. Mr. Speaker, the charge sheet before you has got 7 counts. And out of the 7 counts, those 7 counts consist 39 specific violations. And the first count, which of course is going to be read later on, is misappropriation and misuse of county resources. Article, I can't read the time.
You have 30 minutes.
Good. Thank you. Article 181 of the Constitution provides the grounds which the governor can be impeached on. That is gross violation of the Constitution, gross violation of the laws, that is conviction, criminal conviction on breach of the national law. We do submit that on count number 1, that is misappropriation and misuse of county resources, this charge has been substantiated and proved. And I'll proceed to explain to this House or demonstrate to this House how this charge has been substantiated. When you look at the charges, we have drafted them that the governor has engaged or by connivance or complicity. So the governor is implicated either directly or indirectly. What my learned colleague Mr. Mudomi has said, that it's not about the governor's direct action so that if the Senate finds there is no direct or individual responsibility on the part of the governor, then the governor is going to be acquitted. No. There are instances when the governor is complicit or connivance or part of that violation, and that is what we are going to prove. This charge, the first one, is about embezzlement of county funds and withdrawal of county funds. A lot of energy has been dispensed here to demonstrating how a total of 78 million was, I can use the word, looted, swindled, plundered, or carted away from the Meru County Treasury. And this swindling involved a scheme which comprised a clique of two groups. One was a clique made up of governors' relatives. And all of you have heard names: Miriam, Rose, Kenneth, the Guatai, and also Meme. This was a clique, an inner circle clique of the governor, which was used to pilferage money from the county treasury in the name of interest or prepayments. The other clique was a group of officers working under the office of the chief of staff. Collectively, this group of people swindled an amount of 78 million shillings over a period of 1 financial year. The interest, the IFMIS data which has been produced, if you do a total computation, and this amount of money has not been disputed, none of the witness from the governor's side has disputed the totality of this amount. What they have done is that they have only submitted evidence to justify an amount or to account for an amount of 2 million only. What they have not done, they have not brought evidence to justify the balance of the 70 million. This group, the first clique, was responsible for 6.5 million shillings. The other group, that is the chief of staff and his officers, they were responsible for the balance of the amount. And in that group, you'll find a person, I'll just single out the individual, by the name Kadhure Rukaria. Individually, over a period of 1 year, she was paid in form of prepayments an amount of 21.8 million shillings. We have sat here for 2 days. No document is in front of you justifying that payment. Nobody has disputed whether this payment was withdrawn from the county treasury. Nobody. No documents in form of a payment voucher, an interest warrant, has been submitted to justify. There has been a deliberate attempt to distort the story and to focus the attention of the Senate to the interest. And the narrative is this amount of money was being paid as a form of facilitative interest for the governor's entourage. Can a governor's entourage collect a totality of 78 million? The amount of money which has been accounted for is only 2 million shillings. Where are the documents? Where are the vouchers? And when we asked, when the assembly requested for the documents through their summoning powers, they were told that the documents are with the Auditor General. And in the letter which is in the document, which is in the bundle of document, indicates that the documents are being used for preparation of financial statements. Everybody who has got elementary accounting knows very well that you don't generate financial statement using vouchers. Financial statements are generated using cash books and ledgers. And even if these documents were taken to the Auditor General, where is the delivery book? No evidence has been submitted to show where that amount of money to support that expenditure. And in absence of such document to controvert this allegation, we do most humbly submit that this allegation of embezzlement of funds has been proved. On their defense, what they attempted to do, they submitted documents here, a bundle of documents, which we have raised issues about its authenticity. We do submit that these documents were afterthought. They were generated ex post. They were ex post creations to justify those two, and they were not, in the attempt to justify, they only justified 2 million shillings. When they had an onerous obligation of justifying 78 million. Those documents were not signed, they were not examined, they did not comply to elementary accounting standards applicable to any accounts department in a public institution. So we do ask the Senate to disregard that defense which has been put forward and know that 70 million shillings, as we sit here today, has not been accounted. They had the obligation, they had the responsibility of calling in the chief officer of finance. They had the obligation, they had the opportunity to call in the CC finance. They had at their disposal the entire county treasury to come and explain those amounts of money. They have not, and for that reason, we do submit that this allegation, that is count 1, has been proved. I'll swiftly move and quickly to the other parts of the other count. The next count is count 2, that is nepotism and related unethical practices. We do submit again that this count has been substantiated and proved. This count involved fraudulent, 2 violations. I'll just pick up 2 violations because of the interest of time. One was fraudulent misrepresentation of the governor's relatives as technical team. When the governor received an invitation to go to China, to visit China and do a benchmarking on a cancer machine, instead of governor sending a technical team, that is a top-notch oncologist or other technical team, the governor decided to send members of the same clique, which was made up of our relatives. 2 sisters, 1 brother. These are the team which was the inner team. This is a team which was sent to China. And you look at the documents which were presented to the Ministry of Devolution, there was apparent misrepresentation by the county secretary that these are technical officers. These are technical team. And the document is there. You have been shown the document. And we do submit that an argument has been raised here that no public funds was lost. But the County Assembly of Meru states that an opportunity was lost. Those who have done accounting or maybe economics, I think it is in economics, there's something called opportunity cost. The cost of not doing something. The cost of not doing something. That is the cost which was incurred by the County of Meru. And there was that violation of misrepresentation. The letter was addressed to the governor. The governor cannot run away, as my colleague, Mr. Mudomi, has said, and say it was not me. The letter was addressed to the governor. She minuted it to the officers, and the officers went ahead and misrepresented those members of the clique as county technical officials. The other violation in this particular count is the designation of Nefad Kinywa, who is a member of the clique. This is a clique which had access, power, and influence. And the clique involved the sisters, 2 sisters, and the brothers. It's a one which runs Meru today. So Nefad Kinywa, in order to reward him, when he was in a small job group without competitive process, and the governors admitted in cross-examination that his appointment was not sanctioned by the County Public Service Board. It has been admitted. Kinywa was appointed as a director, external linkages, without a transparent and competitive recruitment process. We do submit that count 2 has also been substantiated and proved. I'll move quickly again because of the time we have been given. Of course, it's so difficult to condense all the evidence which have been given within the short period of time which I have, but I'll try my best. The third count is count 3. That is bullying, vilification, and demeaning other leaders. Chapter 6 of the Constitution was not made in vain. The Chapter 6 of the Constitution operates with other laws. Principles key above them is Public Officers Ethics Act and the Leadership and Integrity Act. If you look at those provisions of the law, and those are the ones we have said the governor violated, I'll direct the Senate to Section 9B of the Public Officers and Ethics Act, which states that a state officer shall not bully any person. It's there. There's also a call for professionalism within the Leadership and Integrity Act. There's also the professionalism means that a state officer shall treat the public and his fellow public officers, now these are public officers, with courtesy and respect. The aspect of acting through others has also been brought forward within those laws, and it makes it an offense for causing everything to be done through other persons. My colleague, Mr. Mudomi, has mentioned that the governor is now hiding, that it was not me, it was the county secretary. The county secretary has become the bogeyman. But the law, the drafters of the law knew very well that state officers and public officers who hold positions of powers will draw away responsibility. They'll shift responsibility to their juniors. And that's why the law says that you cannot run away from that responsibility. One of the violations under this particular account was actions against the deputy governor. I'll just bundle them to that. We've put several violations against the deputy governor. Key among them is that the governor made the deputy made a deputy the bogeyman, the symbol of hatred in Meru. And by that, she orchestrated a well-organized campaign to vilify the deputy governor and excluded him from performance and discharge of public duties. That is, attending CC's meetings, and performing and discharging all the other functions. Evidence has been adduced. Sufficient evidence has been adduced demonstrating how these actions were perpetrated. The Hansard of the County Assembly, their letters by the Deputy Governor, writing, beseeching the Deputy President of this Republic, beseeching the Chair of the Council of Governors, to the Speaker of the Senate, asking for reconciliation, asking for these institutions to facilitate a reconciliation between her and between him and the boss, that is the governor. There are memos which you have submitted demonstrating whereby the deputy governor is asking for simple facilitations like repairs for his cars, fuel for his car, staff, and the like. We do submit that this violation, this specific violation, has been demonstrated. What the governor has done has turned the battle on the deputy governor. Instead of justifying or explaining, now the deputy governor has become even the author of these impeachment proceedings. They have created a narrative around WhatsApp messages where the governor proceeded to engage in cyberbullying. Cyberbullying in WhatsApp. The governor is on a WhatsApp group, and there she has not disputed those screenshots. She has not disputed authenticity, the context of those screenshots. You can see the governor posting and talking about, and the DG mobilized fuel levies. Some people will find a way of defecating avocado seed. It's there. She has admitted that she has admitted that. Another posting, he thinks I'm the type of person who can be scared. That's a governor. And this is on a WhatsApp forum or WhatsApp group which consists public members, members of the public, senior officers of the county, junior officers of the county, and here it is the governor now vilifying a fellow state officer, which is in clear breach and violation of the provisions of the Leadership and Integrity, Chapter 6 of the Constitution, and the Public Officers Ethics Act. The other violation which falls under this particular account is that, and this is a violation which was there, and this is a violation which was before this House in the previous impeachment proceedings. That is, the governor has persistently been making demeaning public utterances against other elected leaders. Apart from the deputy governor, who was the bogeyman, who was a center of attack by the governor had other leaders at her crosshairs. Those are the elected leaders of Meru. All of them, the 12 of them, including the member of the Senate, the women rep, and the elected members. And this one was done through falsely accusing them of cartelism. The governor has grouped these leaders into one group and calls them a cartel. And this one, evidence has been produced or adduced before this House in form of videos. And I'll take you through one of the video which has been played here about wanyonge. Wenye wivu wajinyonge. And you can see the spouse of the governor playing a guitar and the governor behind dancing. And when the spouse talks about wenye wivu wajinyonge, she does it. So it's basically mocking the leaders and telling them you can do nothing. So that is kind of evidence which has been produced here. We've submitted that the issue of the governor's spouse has been a hot issue in Meru. What happened is that the governor provides the spouse with the platform. The spouse is used as the attack dog. Instead of the governor attacking these leaders directly sometimes, she uses the spouse to attack them through music and innuendos. The other video, which was submitted here, was during the presidential function in Larry, whereby the governor, it was played here, and the governor singled out the 10 leaders, and called them names, and falsely accused them of being members of cartel and trying to blackmail a regime. Honorable Speaker, we do submit that this count 3, that is bullying, vilification, and demeaning of other leaders, has been proved. Before I jump to that one, we brought a witness who is a member of parliament. That is Honorable Mugambi Ndikiri. He is the chair of the Meru, the members of parliament caucus, and he explained into details the pain and suffering they have undergone as leaders by the actions of the governor vilifying them, and what he felt together with the other members when they were vilified during the presidential meeting, when he felt insulted, demeaned, humiliated, when they had not provoked the governor. We do submit that this allegation has been substantiated. I'm moving quickly to my 4th count. The other count, Madam Speaker, the other count which was brought before this House, which we believe is something which this House needs to look at deeply, includes the violation of the law. Count 4 is illegal appointments and usurpation of statutory powers. The violations are there in the charge sheet, the specific laws which have been violated. I'll mention a few violations which are there. One is the legal appointment of the chief officers. A chief officer, and a name has been brought, evidence has been adduced. That is on page 296 of our document, that is on volume 2. The appointment of Kenneth Riungu as chief officer without the approval of the county assembly. Honorable Senators and Mr. Speaker, the County Government Act, that is section 45, provides for appointments of chief officers and the method. The governor nominates from a list which has competitively been sourced by the County Public Service Board, and once the nomination has been undertaken, the name is forwarded to the Assembly for vetting under the provisions of the Public Office, that is the County Assembly's Public Approval Act. This particular chief officer, nobody has disputed his appointment. Nobody has said here, the governor, the witnesses, nobody has said that Kenneth Mwiti Riungu has not been appointed or does not discharge the functions of the chief officer. This evidence has been produced. We do submit that the appointment has been produced, the evidence of the appointment has been produced in form of the letter dated 23rd August 2023, which contain a list of appointments which the governor made. And in that list, you will see the name of Kenneth Riungu being appointed as a chief officer. The County Assembly of Meru has never vetted this particular individual, and this particular individual still discharges the functions of a chief officer in Meru. This is a violation of section 45 of the County Government Act. The other appointment was the acting appointment of chief officers. Mr. Speaker, the same letter contains the names of several chief officers who were appointed. That is Edwin Mutuma Murangiri, Kenneth Gitobu Nikata. These were appointed as acting chief officers without the requisite competitive recruitment and recommendations by the County Public Service Board. Evidence has been produced in form of a memo by the County Public Service Board warning the chief officers against making acting appointments without the authority of the County Public Service Board. And the County Public Service Board, in the same letter, in the same memo, says any appointments made without the approval or without the authority of the County Public Service Board, such appointments shall be null and void. These individuals, the governor has admitted that these were directors. We found them there as directors, and they appointed them as acting chief officers. Mr. Speaker, I've never, in my history, in my brief history in life, that is, I've never seen a director being appointed a permanent, that is a principal secretary. In case there's a vacancy in the office of a principal secretary, one of the principal secretaries doubles in that particular office, because the appointment for that particular office is special and specific. You cannot pluck in an individual from the ground and you make that particular individual an acting chief officer. So this one is a demonstration that the governor usurped the powers of the County Public Service Board and made this illegal and irregular appointments. Of course, there was the issue of appointment of traffic marshals. That violation has been demonstrated. The County Public Service Board, in their letters, they are very clear that they have not approved such appointments. They have demonstrated the same, but in the bundle of document, you can see the same traffic marshals wearing uniform, riding motorcycles, and the governor posting on WhatsApp that these are going to be my frontline officers to make Meru the next city. Who appointed them? The governor circumvented the powers and functions of the County Public Service Board and by herself appointed these particular individuals. The other appointment, the other violation was in regard to with regard to sending the 4 CEOs of the corporation, that is the parastatals in Meru. That is Dr. Ntoiti, the CEO of County Revenue Board, Paul Mwaki, who testified here, the CEO of Liquor Board, Kenneth Kimathi, the managing director. These are CEO of statutory corporations. They are employees of the boards. They're not the employees of the governor. What the governor did, through the county secretary, of course, they were sent on compulsory leave with pay. It only took the intervention of court after 1 year. That's when they have resumed their duties. The boards are the ones which recruit. The boards are the ones with the statutory powers to suspend or exercise disciplinary control over their CEOs. It is not the governor crossing over. I've never seen it in this country where a head of a parastatal, the CEO of a parastatal, when there is a duly constituted board, is sent home by State House. Maybe this one is new. The other one, the other violation is this particular one. Those are the violations. We do submit that this is the second time the governor is still being accused of usurping the powers and functions of the board. And with respect to count 4, Speaker, we do submit that the count has been proved. The last 2 counts, which I'm going to move quickly, is contempt of court. Evidence has been submitted here. How, despite the existence of court orders from Nyeri Employment and Labor Relations Court, the governor for 1 year disregarded those orders. And what the court has done, the court has convicted the governor. As we sit here today, the governor of Meru is a convict. She has already been convicted for contempt of court. That is a violation of Article 181(1)(b) of the Constitution, whereby, which constitutes a ground that where there is a, which provides that where there is a serious reason to believe in that a county governor has committed a crime under the national law. The governor has already been convicted by the High Court in Meru. She's only awaiting sentence. She has not discharged the conviction. She has not appealed the conviction. That ground has already been proved. That is contempt of court. The last, the other one, of course, was illegal naming of the road. That one is okay. That one we have said it's there. The evidence has been produced. The governor has been shown the Facebook posting whereby she's naming the road in the name of her husband. Lastly, I'll take the last one is contempt of the assembly. Madam Speaker, Section 22 of the County Assembly Powers and Privileges Act provides an impeachable ground for anybody who is a public officer who violates, who dishonors the summons of the assembly. The governor was invited to appear before the committee of the county assembly. And what she did, when she was invited, she wrote back a letter and said, there is no provision of the law which requires the governor to appear before the committee of the assembly. Yet, Article 195 of the Constitution is very clear that a county assembly or any of its committees can require, can invite, can summon, the word is summon anybody to appear before the committee to provide evidence or to give information. Section 18 of the County Assembly Powers and Privileges Act provides, enacts the same provision and uses the word any person. When the governor, our officers were invited, when the governor specifically was invited, her defense was that the assembly goes to the High Court, files a constitutional case, seeks a constitutional interpretation whether the governor can be invited, can be summoned to appear before the assembly. Yet the Constitution uses the word any person. At Section 22 says that where the assembly passes a resolution against an individual for violating that particular provision, that shall constitute a ground for removal from office. And that's why you see this ground, and Honorable Sifuna had asked it, what is a contempt of county assembly, whether it constitutes a violation. That is the only violation I've ever seen in law whereby it makes it an impeachable ground for violating, for failing to honor the summons of the county assembly. The assembly can pass a resolution and request and impeach you. And that is what the County Assembly of Meru has done. And we do submit that this count, together with the other 6 counts, have been substantiated. The Assembly has demonstrated the same. And finally, my colleague Mr. Mudomi has mentioned about, is the governor individually liable for that particular violation? She has said all these things were done by the county secretary. He has mentioned about the provisions of Section 30, subsection 3. Section 30 or subsection 3 of the County Government Act, which will be my last section. That way, I just want to repeat what you have said. Section that talks about the governor shall be accountable for the management and use of county resources. The governor cannot run away and say, I was not the one. It was done by this officer. It was done by the county secretary. The law places the accountability at the hand of the governor. So the governor of Meru cannot run away from these allegations and say that they were done by others, that it was not her. Mr. Speaker, with that, I rest my case.
The counsel for the governor, you may now proceed to make your closing statement. You have exactly 1 hour, starting now.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and thank you, distinguished senators. My name, for the record, is Elisha Ongoya. I'll be making the governor's final submissions. Mr. Speaker, sir, before I delve into the substantive part of my submissions, and because looking at the program of this House, this may be the last time I'm standing here to address on this matter, allow me, with great humility, to begin by thanking you, Mr. Speaker, and the distinguished senators who have given us audience despite the great time constraints that we have had to go through in making this case. I'll be failing in my responsibility for courtesy if I didn't thank the administrative staff, the secretariat staff of this Senate, who have given us significant support, both within this House and in the corridors of these precincts as we found our way around. Mr. Speaker, sir, at this juncture, allow me to proceed to the more substantive parts of the governor's closing submissions. Allow me to begin by pointing out that as a young Christian fellowshipping at Esrave Church of God deep in Vihiga County, and as a middle-aged Christian fellowshipping somewhere in Amalemba Church of God in Kakamega County, I have gathered some enduring lessons from Scripture, and I would start by drawing inspiration from those lessons. The wise man who authored the book of Proverbs, at chapter 18, verse 17, guides us as follows when we are confronted with matters such as this. In a lawsuit, the first to speak seems right until someone comes forward to cross-examine him. That ecclesiastical wisdom has found pragmatic rendition in these proceedings, as I will demonstrate shortly. Mr. Speaker, sir, the governor was presented in the opening remarks by the County Assembly's Council to this assembly, for lack of a better word, as some form of scoundrel. Fortunately, in this august House, both parties have had an opportunity to present documentary and electronic evidence. Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished senators, when the history of this attempted impeachment of the governor of Meru County, Her Excellency Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, shall be authored, one word will be repeated in that historical text. That word is a Meru word, kibiri. I'm told, in its innocence, it is a stick that is used to stir porridge. Sadly, in that historical text that I've alluded to, that word will have no aura of innocence. I beg to pose the following questions to the hearts, the minds, and the conscience of these distinguished senators. Are we, in making a decision this evening, going to dignify the Kibiri movement that we have seen today by impeaching this governor? Are we, honorable distinguished senators, going to dignify the acts of Honorable Mpuru Waburi that you had occasion to watch today live by impeaching this governor? Honorable senators, are we today going to dignify the act of the honorable member for Buri constituency that we have seen today supporting the other acts of Mpuri Aburi that you had observed by impeaching this governor? Are we going to dignify the acts of the deputy governor for Meru County openly and in the company of the young people of this country that we ought to give proper moral guidance, calling a governor a prostitute? Are we going to dignify that person by impeaching this governor? The governor has been accused of being a leader who disrespects other leaders. Video clips of the alleged disrespect have allegedly been played here, including a song, Wenye Wivu Wajinyonge. On the other hand, the governor has demonstrated to you the sins that have been committed against her by those very leaders she is accused of disrespecting. Distinguished senators, in good conscience, are you going to vote that this governor is a greater sinner than she has been sinned against? In good conscience. How many of us can reconcile our conscience, distinguished senators, with the fact that it is the men you saw today uttering the words you saw them utter and projecting the actions that you saw them project as against the governor that have actually come to this house to complain against that governor? I've heard of the claim of pots calling kettle black. I never knew in my living history I would come across a pragmatic rendition of what that means. Today was my answer. I invite you to have that reflection, distinguished senators. I have asked myself, I invite these distinguished senators to ask themselves, Mr. Speaker, sir, where did these leaders get the moral high ground to invite this house, in view of the sins that they have committed against the governor, to find that the governor has sinned against them? Distinguished senators, technology has been deployed in these proceedings. We are beaming these proceedings live to the whole world by medium that will preserve them to eternity. How shall the members of this house, individually and collectively, account to their children and children's children that they ever dignified the acts of these people who have leveled a war against the governor by confirming the impeachment of the governor? We owe it to ourselves. We owe it to the peace of our conscience to make a decision that takes that into account. Choices have consequences, or so it is a truism. By impeaching this governor, if you so decide, the logical consequence is that that person you saw chanting with the young men of Meru, calling the governor a prostitute, would rise to the office of governor. Is that the desirable outcome you want out of your decision this evening, distinguished senators? Members of the County Assembly have brought the governor here. I speak the governor's heart. We do not begrudge them. They have the power to do that. They have exercised that power. Have they rightly exercised that power? Distinguished senators, that decision lies in your hand. You are told that the governor did not present the evidence that she has given before you to the County Assembly. Fortunately, this house is a house of record. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, you have fantastic rules of procedure that, of course, we can make better, as we have seen. And I would strongly recommend, hoping time will permit, that we relook at the timelines for impeachment of governors if we have to do absolute justice in terms of filings, in terms of argument of the case, these are reform issues because we are in continuous improvement as a society. But putting all factors on the scale, we have done well in presenting some records before this House. When you retire and before you vote tonight, I invite every senator to open volume number 4 of the County Assembly's documents and turn specifically to page number 146 of that volume and look at the conversation that is taking place at that page. This is the Hansard of the County Assembly of Meru of 25th October 2023. If you turn with me to page 146, you will see this conversation. Elias Mutuma, advocate for the governor, says, "Mine will be brief, but I will not proceed until we are given a ruling on the 2 issues raised by my seniors. We seek direction on how to table the evidence that we have and how we will get a ruling on the public participation. The governor is pleading to be given a chance to table her evidence." The Speaker, Honorable Ayub Bundi, says when your brother Omari was speaking, he mentioned a difference between honorable members and your team. He stated that he knows the division in this House and he cannot step on the other side. Anything you'd like to table in this House must go to the House Business Committee. You cannot do it when you're on that side. You must be on the side where the members are. I was wondering, Mr. Speaker, sir, how was Mr. Mutuma possibly supposed to get to the side where the members are? Was he supposed to organize a mini election in Meru County, become elected as senator for the temporary purpose of participating in these proceedings? I don't know. I am a career learner, and I learn every day. It is only allowed for honorable members. We are being told only honorable members are allowed to table evidence. You are not allowed to table evidence. We are going to make a reference to the Hansard systems because everything that you talk is being captured. You can proceed as the Speaker. The Speaker, we don't begrudge him. He had power to make a ruling. Mr. Speaker, just as you have power to make rulings here. Did he use that power correctly? That is the question I pose to the conscience of the men and women bestowed with the arduous responsibility of protecting devolved governance in this country, sitting in this House as distinguished senators. The conversation continues with Elias Mutuma, advocate for the governor, making an argument. My understanding, therefore, is that we will not lay the evidence that we have. The Speaker answers him, "How will you table it, Mr. Mutuma?" Mutuma is asking him, "You are the presiding officer in this House. Guide me on how to table." Mr. Mutuma is being challenged. "How will you do it? You are not an MCA. That is why MCAs enter through the main door, and you entered through the back door." This was no longer differentiation. This was apartheid. Discrimination on the basis of the door you entered through. Whoever entered through the main door had a chance to table evidence. Whoever entered through any other door was denied a right to table evidence. Mr. Mutuma, exercising the persistence of a lawyer that we teach in law schools, continues. My hope is now pleading hope. My hope is that you will guide me on how we will lay the evidence that we have, because I'm a stranger in this House. The Speaker answers him, we are going to rely on the Hansard system. As you talk, be aware that you are giving your evidence. He says, in desperation, well-guided, a very well-trained lawyer. Whether you agree or disagree with the judge, you say most obliged, well-guided. May we then have a ruling before we proceed? Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished senators, believe me or not, it is this assembly that has come here to ask you, why didn't they table their evidence before the assembly? We may agree or disagree with the governor on many things. We owe her a moral duty to be fair to her. The governor has been unfairly treated by the county assembly of Meru, as demonstrated by the county assembly's own records. And that is why we are here. You'll be told, you've been told, in cross-examination, there are other women out there, Embu, Homa Bay, Nakuru, Kirinyaga. Are they also facing discrimination? Don't throw the gender card here. That's what the governor has been told in your hearing. Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished senators, those things were said to the person you saw with your own eyes and felt with all your other senses, including the sense of hearing, being told what was going to be done to her by the Kibiri. Those things, those questions. One day, I will teach about the moral obligation of counsel in cross-examination, particularly when particular evidence is now available. Will this Senate, in good conscience, completely overlook the evidence of Honorable Mpuri Aburi in the presence of the Senator for Meru County, in the presence of the Deputy Governor of Meru County, in the presence of Honorable Mugambi Muridhania Rindikiri, demonstrating what they did with their hands holding the Kibiri against the governor? Shall we ignore that and say she's simply throwing a gender card? Shall we ignore the overwhelming evidence of the deputy governor chanting with youth in Meru, saying how the governor is a prostitute? Isn't that the locus classicus of a sexist remark? Will this Honorable Senate ignore the video clip that was played regarding that purported tree planting event at which no single seedling was seen being planted, but in which clear sexist remarks were made against the governor of Meru County? Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished senators, before you is a fellow citizen, sinned in the matter you have experienced with your own senses and presence, being brought to trial before you. Allow me now to proceed and highlight the contradictions in the case of the County Assembly. Distinguished senators, when you retire in your private sessions, have these conversations among yourselves. Ask yourself this question, number one. The governor before you faces a charge of usurping the roles of other agencies in the county, doing the work of other functionaries in the county. Same governor then faces other charges that requires her to take responsibility for the acts and omissions of other functionaries in the county. How will you, distinguished senators, reconcile your sense of logic to that case? When you retire in your private chamber, distinguished senators, reconcile this for me kindly, because I'm a career learner. The governor is accused of making payments to county employees who are named 4 in number. Those county employees, one of them steps here and says he is complaining that he was paid. He told you that yesterday. Then you will be confronted with evidence that he is the one who went to court to obtain an order to compel the county government to pay him. That person who is complaining. I've been struggling whether I'm a slow learner, good people. But I want you, in good conscience, to tell me, if you sat in the shoes of this governor, how will you learn a lesson from that? Because this governor is a human being. She's not a perfect person. She can make mistakes. But she must be confronted by logical claims from which she can draw logical lessons to become a better leader. That's what we do in oversight institutions such as this. But if you confront this governor with this kind of contradictions, how does she sit with her team and tell them this is the program of action on how we can become better? Same governor is accused of disobeying a court order because that payment was delayed. And the act of purging was the payment must be made. While at that, and I'll review this issue later, I am glad that in front of me, including yourself, Mr. Speaker, sir, are honorable members of the Senate of Kenya who have served as governors. I have a plea to those particular ones. Please convey the message to your members in your deliberations of just how many cases the governor of your county, being you, was named as a respondent. If for each of those cases, the governor was to be brought here and be impeached, how many governors shall survive in this country? Is that even a sustainable way of oversighting counties? The office of governor is a standard respondent, so to speak, in virtually all claims made against the county government. At the end of it all, as was the case in the case of the 4 petitioners in Meru, a specific officer of the county government was singled out and told it was your duty, the county secretary, to ensure that these things are done. Go back and comply and come back here to tell me you have complied. Shall we ignore that direction of the court? My learned colleague, Dr. Mudomi Thiankolu, has a legal philosophy called legal sophistry. Legal sophistry, according to Mudomi Thiankolu, is a process where people make technical legal arguments that technically make sense. But when you look at them substantively, they are unjust arguments. Sadly, he has advanced those arguments here today. We don't begrudge him. He is acting on his client's instructions. The Senate, you are to act on the instructions of the Constitution. Shall you buy into that legal sophistry, or shall you buy into the Constitution? Mr. Speaker, my side is not very good. When my 30 minutes reach and it's shown, I'll beseech that my attention be drawn to it so that I manage my time better. I know I still have some time.
Yeah, you have 35 minutes to go.
Thank you. That's consistent with what my chronometer is telling me. Let me deal with the Assembly's witnesses one by one. Arimi, Mwaki, Paul, you'll find the person who came before you denying the obvious fact that his salaries was paid pursuant to a court order, even when he is told to read the court order saying the salary be paid. You'll find him complaining that he was in fact paid, that is his grievance. Why did you pay me? You'll find him the person who went to court to get an order to be paid. You'll find him saying, although I'm complaining that I was paid, I did not return that money to the county government. You'll be told, impeach this governor on the strength of that evidence. He then plays a video clip of the county's first gentleman, apparently saying that some people will not be returned to work. His name is not mentioned in that clip. The governor is not present in that meeting. The person present in that meeting and not condemning those things is the deputy governor, the person whose case has been argued here more than the case of the county assembly. I sat here and I was shocked at how the county assembly's lawyers spent copious minutes arguing the case of the deputy governor than the case of the assembly. But as the person who was in that meeting, Paul Arimi, for the sake of this impeachment, is prepared to forgive the deputy governor who was present there. He's prepared to crucify the governor who is not seen in that clip. Allow me to engage with my views on Honorable Mawira Evans Kara, the person who moved this impeachment motion. He has come here to tell you how Okolea Katoto Kameru is such a bad thing. You have seen his active role in Okolea Katoto Kameru up to August this year. You'll be told, impeach this governor on the strength of the testimony of that person. At some point, I asked my colleagues, what kind of people do these assembly members think senators are? Don't they have some residual respect for senators? Doesn't there come a time where you say, it's okay, I brought a very big case here, but I was misled. Now I am withdrawing limp 1, limp 2, limp 3, because I'm embarrassed by my own evidence. Let us focus on the following 2 issues so that we save time. They didn't do that. We don't begrudge them. We take confidence in the fact that this distinguished house is answerable to the Constitution and shall be faithful to the Constitution. Think about this, distinguished senators. Mawira Evans Kara Mheshimiwa tells you that Nefat Kinyua is the governor's brother-in-law. He then invites you to take judicial notice of that fact. It is in the public domain. I don't know. If I had a chance to engage senators one by one, I would have asked Senator Khalwale, do you know that fact in the public domain? But I have no chance to get an answer to that. Good people, in legal practice, we take judicial notice of notorious facts. Facts like the sun rises from the east and sets in the west. Only a fool can counter-argue it. The fact that elections in this country were held on 9th of August 2020 is a notorious fact. No one can counter-argue it. To your utter consternation, at least mine, Mawira Evans Kara is asking you to elevate the marital status of Nefat Kinyua to that and take judicial notice of it. Who do they take senators for? Will you buy into these distinguished senators? Even when confronted with evidence of a formal marriage certificate, he proceeds with his theory that his public domain hypothesis of the marriage of Nefat Kinyua outweighs that marriage certificate. I would have hoped that as people who have a duty to this Senate, the council who presented Evans Mawira here would have at least withdrawn that part of their claim to save us time. Now think about the minutes I'm spending arguing this fact. We have to do it because they have put it to us. they disrespect this Senate. That's why they're saying they must preoccupy your precious time with this issue to the wire. The star witness, Honorable Mawira Evans, then introduces an alleged relationship between the first gentleman and Edwin Murangiri. He calls Edwin a nephew to the first gentleman. He's then asked, okay, somebody's nephew ordinarily is the sister's son. What is the name of the mother of Edwin so that we can see whether he's a sibling? He says, I don't know that name. Let me put it this way, Honorable Senators. This country inherited a common law tradition at the beginning of its legal system. We have shifted significantly from the common law tradition because of our transformative written constitution. In the old common law, there was the doctrine of parliamentary supremacy. In the new order, we have the doctrine of constitutional supremacy. But I say this, even in the traditions where parliament enjoyed supremacy, surely it had no power by fiat to impose relationships upon people. Tell somebody, this is your brother from today. This is your, you have been told to make that finding yourselves as Senate, that Edwin Murangiri is the nephew to the first gentleman. So what do you do when this man begins claiming inheritance from this family by virtue of your decision? Because these things have consequences. People will present this Hansard to courts in future to prove relationships. Shall we manage the aftermaths? These people did not respect this house. This witness insisted that county vehicles were destroyed in an Okolea event. We asked him, some senators asked him, vehicles in this country are identified by their registration numbers. There is no other method of identifying vehicles. I said, no, he has another method. Which is this method? The method is the affidavit of number 113748 PC Kevin Wafula is a method of recognizing or attributing ownership to vehicles. That was novel. I think the County Assembly's star witness elevated jokes to legendary heights. The witness tried to introduce a theory that the governor had employed Edwin Murangiri and Nefat Kinyua, who he claimed were the governor's relatives. We've shown there was no evidence they were, and as a matter of fact, they were not. It then turned out that these people were employed in 2017 and 2016 respectively, that the governor employed them in the county in advance of her election as governor. I'm just wondering, good people, what do this protect Senate to be? Can somebody in good conscience sustain this case to the wire, as the council of the assembly have done? Dr. Gitonga Jeremiah Ruturi came to this house. I would invite you to look at the affidavit of that witness, but I'll not read it because of time. The very first paragraph of that witness, the very first paragraph, when his memory is still clearest, he told the advocate drafting his affidavit that he is a director of IV Healthcare. When he stood here and was told to introduce himself, he took an oath before this Senate, and from his mouth perjured himself on oath, saying, I am a director of IV Healthcare. Learned Counsel Dr. Okubasu, exercising that power in the book of Proverbs chapter 17, confronted him in cross-examination. He asked him, if this Senate were to take the liberty and call a Form CR12 from the company's registry, would you appear on that CR12 as a director of IV Healthcare? he stuttered, and in that moment spoke about 3 other companies, completely not mentioned in that affidavit. It turned out he was not a director of Ivy Healthcare. At paragraph 8 of his affidavit, which was read to him, he says that he was surprised upon arrival in China that the delegation that the governor had recommended to Ivy Healthcare were not a technical team. When he arrived in China, he learned that. It turned out the man never went to China. He stuttered. Honorable Mugambi Rendekiri Murudania will be remembered by this House as a leader who was captured on video supporting the most sexually offensive remarks against a woman in the 21st century before the country's Senate, asserted by another leader, Mpuri Aburi, the honorable member. These are the people that we have been told have mounted a convincing case. Let's face it. I used to be taught, Mr. Speaker, sir, that no one makes good deals with bad guys. Can you get credible evidence from these most incredible fellow citizens? Is it possible? Allow me, Mr. Speaker, sir, to now deal with the case, the charges presented by the County Assembly before this House. From the very outset, allow me to very humbly invite the honorable senators to administer a caution to themselves individually as you consider this matter. Individual senators, please caution yourself that the case of the County Assembly cannot be permitted to mutate from the charges that were prosecuted at the County Assembly. It cannot be allowed. Rule 19 of the 5th schedule of the standing orders, which provides for the procedure of the impeachment process before the whole House, as we are doing now, prescribes that in presenting its evidence, the Assembly shall not introduce any new evidence that was not a part of the allegations against the governor by the County Assembly, as forwarded by the Speaker of the County Assembly to the Speaker of the Senate. This case cannot be allowed to mutate. There must be logic behind this. The logic is there must be definitiveness on what the governor is responding to. Allow me to deal with counts 1 and 5 together. These counts are found in the Assembly's documents, Volume 1. Count 1 has 4 specific allegations. Allegation number 1, that the governor has violated certain provisions of the Constitution and the law, they are specified there, I'll not read them, by engagement, connivance, and or complicity in the following. First, honorable senators, allow me to tell you this charge is duplex. It is a defective charge. If not for anything else, Mr. Speaker, sir, this means that you must discourage this form of drafting. It is poor drafting. The governor has to elect whether she is going to defend herself against engaging in those acts, against conniving in those acts, or against complicity in those acts. In law, that's an impossible task. What the Senate, my apologies, what the County Assembly has done is to cast a wide net in the words of the fishing vocabulary, in the hope that it may catch crabs, fish, and perhaps some snakes, so that you say, anyway, we may have grabbed a lot of snakes, but there's one fish, so vote for this fish. It's a poor way of dealing with a case of this nature. A case of this nature requires military precision in the charges. Be that as it may, the governor is accused of doing those things in the form of embezzlement of county funds through the governor's sisters, Rose Kenya Gwantai and Miriam Gwantai, brother Kenneth Gwantai Muragiri, brother-in-law Nefat Kinywa, and nephew to the governor's husband, Edwin Mutuma Muragiri, all of whom are now collectively referred to as the governor's relatives, period. But the governor comes to this court and says, no, I want to give you evidence to show that I have not embezzled any funds through these people. How will I do this? I will give you vouchers to show what each of these people is being paid for. That is a sufficient answer to this charge. You are then told, no, he has not accounted for 70 million shillings. Honorable Senators, where is the charge for failure to account for 70 million shillings that the governor is supposed to respond to in that form? Number two, where is the charge of failure to account for 78 million shillings? Because if that charge came as such, then the governor would have been under an obligation to secure her finance people, to give her material in respect of all the 78 million. Then we can interrogate the material one by one. Is this credible? Is this not credible? And so forth. Once we have supplied that, we must show a causal connection between that money and the person of the governor. The governor was taken through a fairly humiliating exercise. She was reduced to a clerical officer. You are senators, you are state officers, you get impressed. You know the clerical process of dealing with a single imprest at a time. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you are personally to be held responsible for the imprest process in this house, would you possibly transact the business of this house? That is a matter this house must reflect on in your private moment before you take a vote. Even the clerk, who is the administrative head of this house, if he was told to personally explain each of the individual signatures in every signature of 100 vouchers, would that be possible? Allow me to tell you why this charge is premature. An audit process presents a different environment, because an audit process, the auditor comes, receives documents, reviews them, asks questions, people go back to the drawing board, review their own material, come back. The whole process takes time until we have a report. Now here is where you file documents and you are bound by those documents. There's no feedback. So in this case, we have no audit report. The county assembly should have been patient for the auditor to audit these accounts, raise specific audit queries, fail to get answers to those audit queries, then mount a case based on the specific audit queries that are not answered. What has happened by counsel for the assembly before you is a sad commentary on how not to prosecute an impeachment motion. The governor is accused.
Council, you have 15 minutes.
That's okay, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you so much. The governor is accused of withdrawing county funds under the guise of payment for various supplies by the governor's relatives, yet they, the governor's relatives, are ineligible to tender for or supply any goods or services to the county. Counsel for the assembly, in cross-examining the governor, completely misled this house, and I was saddened because counsel have a duty of candor. Despite our sectarian interests, counsel have a duty of candor. When you retire, honorable senators, look at volume 2 of the county Assembly's documents. When you look at volume 2 of the County Assembly's documents, you will discover that from page 1 to page 29, from page 1 to page 29 is a letter by Turanira Salesio Mutuma to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission and some attachments. That is crucial, honorable senators. Among those attachments is a table prepared by the said Salesio, running from page 4 to page 14. Page 4 to page 14 is not an IFMIS extract. Page 4 to page 14 is a table prepared in Word format, in Microsoft Word format by Salesio. That's important because that question was put to the senator as if this is an IFMIS extract. It is in this table, good senators, that at page 6, in row number 4, you will find an entry called hospital supplies. This is Salesio writing those words. It is not IFMIS in which this is entered. It is Salesio. A person who was not brought here, we were wondering whether he's a real human being or he could just be taking care of his God somewhere. At page 11, in row 3, you will find hospital supplies, another entered record by Salesio, not from the IFMIS. The governor's case before you is this, that if you proceed to page 17 to 29, where the IFMIS extract is, and you look at the corresponding voucher numbers to these things Salesio has written, you will find in the IFMIS extract, these are hospitality supplies. That's the governor's case before you. So the impression created by my learned colleague, Dr. Mudomi Thiankolu, that this entry hospital supplies is an entry made by the county staff in IFMIS is a pure lie, sadly from council. When you continue looking at those charges, I'm more interested in count 1 because the other counts, they are the kind of counts that I can say fall on their own weight. But this one here, somebody tried to point at invoices in a manner that was rather frustrating for anyone who understands this process. In fact, when I sat where I was sitting preparing my submissions, because I was not in this house, I presumed that either counsel for the assembly did not understand the impress system of government. Fortunately for us, this Senate works on impress systems. Count C, sorry, allegation C. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, before I forget. So the charge here is making various supplies, and that's why we supply only vouchers that show you what these payments are for. They are not for supplies. They are for particular recurrent expenses, that's all. So we are not accounting for 78 million shillings. We are just responding to this allegation. Thirdly, we are accused of paying full salary and benefits. In fact, those vouchers and those IFMIS entries are only relevant in respect to allegations A and B. When it comes to C, I have already mentioned to you that these payments were made pursuant to a court order. The lesser I say about that, the better. Count D says diversion or misuse of county resources, including funds or motor vehicles, to run the governor's private entity. You asked yourselves, which motor vehicle? You are told no. Go to the affidavit of police constable. You'll get it there. A very strange way of identifying a motor vehicle. I'm open to learning. I was not willing to learn that one. Allow me to demonstrate. Sorry? Mr. Speaker, do I understand I have 10 minutes? Thank you so much. The governor was accused of nepotism and related unethical practices. Before I argue that, when counsel for the county assembly, Mr. Ngwele, stood here and told you that they have proved that Kathure Rukania is among those who are paid money that's not accounted for, I asked myself, look at the 39 allegations before you, 39, and point out to me where the name Kathure Rukania appears in the 39 allegations, so that the governor can now take the task of explaining him. The county assembly has taken a strange stance before this assembly. I'm saddened if this is the trajectory of impeachment. Charge 2 is about nepotism and related charges. One of the claims here is that the governors send her unqualified technical team to China. Even when the county assembly witnesses are given their own documents saying the purpose of this trip or this request for clearance was to prepare and guide on the visit, they will express words. They insisted that no, ignore those words in their own documents. They were shown the invitation letter to China at page 79 of volume 2 of the assembly documents. They were asked, show us which part of this invitation is inviting technical cancer experts. They were unable to show it, but they have come here in closing submissions to insist that that was the nature of the invitation. It is a rule of ethics in trial advocacy that an advocate must never submit outside the evidence. Counsel for the assembly have breached that rule of ethics. They have said that the governor misrepresented to the Minister of Devolution that these were technical people. They are told, okay, these people are said in a letter dated 29th May 2023 to be technical staff. Who is technical staff? Isn't the governor's security a technical security staff? Isn't the governor's PA a technical administrative staff? Where was that word technical staff defined as a term of art? They can't show you. Then they say, we ask them, okay, the next week, the same county government writes the Minister of Devolution specifying these people's names and their designation, which you confirm is correct. So if they intended to mislead, where are they now clearly spelling out these people's designation before these people travel? They can't answer, but in their final submission, they still insist there was misrepresentation, a poor way of advancing the jurisprudence on impeachment. You'll be told this nepotism is in the engagement and employment of Edwin Mutuma Murangiri, a nephew to the governor. I've spoken about that. The lesser I say about it, the better. Nefat Kinyua, the governor's brother-in-law, in public knowledge. I mean, what kind of behavior is this? Assigning diplomatic duties. You'll be told the evidence that diplomatic duties were assigned is in a Facebook post. You are told, okay, read that Facebook post. Where does it assign diplomatic duties to the governor's relatives? It is not there. It's those pictures you see there. If you look at them carefully, they are speaking. Those pictures are speaking about diplomatic duties. Surely, a Senate to be engaged in that, I was a little embarrassed. That's 5 minutes. That's okay. Bullying, vilification, demeaning other leaders. We have shown what those leaders have done to the governor. The less I say about it, the better. They actually dared and threw the first stone when they had sinned more. Illegal appointments, I'll talk about this because this is statutory and I have an obligation to guide this Senate.
And as you look for the evidence, as you assisted, sir, aren't these work tickets pulled from a serialized book wouldn't photocopying be antithetical to the very reason for them having serial numbers? So that even if we were to take it, Mr. Monene, that these are photocopies, which they are not, the photocopying would itself be an act of fraud, wouldn't it? Because it would defeat the purpose of having a serial number. It is still fraudulent accounting, isn't it? Would you agree, sir?
I have not seen any evidence of serial number that you're referring to.
It is your case. Okay, you can be shown because, you know, it's in black and white, Mr. Monene. You can't deny the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. It's in black and white.
Oh, just sit.
You will agree the reason work tickets have a serial number is to facilitate accounting, isn't it?
I may not entirely be in a position to respond to
You're not in a position.
Yes. But what I know is that this is a blank form that has been photocopied by the driver.
Has the driver come to testify here, sir, to say that he photocopied this form?
I'm giving that explanation.
Yes, but you are not the person who can tell us it was a photocopy. It is the driver who can say that. You are a lawyer, you know, correct or incorrect?
Yes, I'm a lawyer.
And you are aware as the lawyer, the only person who can tell the Senate that form was photocopied is the one who photocopied it. Correct or incorrect? Is that the law, Mr. Monene?
Sorry?
Is it the law that you're speaking to hearsay when you say it is a photocopy? Did you witness the photocopying?
I know it has been photocopied.
Did you witness with your 2 eyes, Mr. Monene, photocopying?
No.
Good. So you cannot testify that it's a photocopy. Mr. Speaker, I led my remaining minutes to Mr. Maranya to do the remainder of our cross-examination.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Just before I begin, Honorable Speaker, I must admit that the witness is my classmate. Nevertheless, I'll proceed to do the cross-examination. Mr. Munene.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Please confirm to this House that you are not in charge of County Public Service Board.
County Public Service Board is an autonomous body at the county government.
Very good. It's an autonomous body in the county government.
Yes, established under the County Government Act.
Meaning it's an independent government, or arm of a government. Sorry, dependent organ of a government, county government.
Yes.
Please confirm that matters employment falls within the realm of the County Public Service Board. Matters employment in the county government of Mayo.
Matters recruitment. Matters employment fall both in terms of employees under the public service and also the County Public Service Board when it comes to recruitment.
Well, please confirm again that there's a specific spokesperson of the County Public Service Board other than yourself.
The County Public Service Board has established it as a secretary who is also
who
the
is
CEO
the spokesperson,
of the board.
CEO and the spokesperson of the board.
The Act does not say that he's a spokesperson, but I know he's a secretary and the CEO.
In other words, can you speak on behalf of the board?
No.
No. You have made an allegation that the payment of one Dr. Toiti, Kenneth Kimathi, Paul Mwaki, was done in accordance with the court order. Is that so? You still making the same argument?
Yes, I do.
I want to refer you to the letters that sent the stated persons on compulsory leave. Are you there?
Which page are you referring to?
This page 336 of the County Assembly, Volume 2. Are you there? Kindly mindful of time.
Yes, I am.
Please read the second sentence, beginning with while on compulsory leave.
While on compulsory leave,
yes,
you will be entitled to your full salary,
yes,
and other benefits that go
with your
contract.
Very well.
Yes.
That means this letter is dated when?
6th of September 2022.
6th of September 2022. Written by who? Is it the County Secretary?
It is signed by Rufus Meriti.
What is the designation of that particular person?
Used to be a county secretary and head of public service.
While on compulsory leave, you'll be entitled to your full salary and other benefit that goes with your contract. That's all? Please confirm that the court order dated 7th of October 2022 did not order the county government to pay salaries. Please confirm that particular court order. You can refer to it in the court order of 7th of October 2022.
It's on which page?
For page 418. Sorry, 416, sorry, my apologies. Does it make reference to salaries?
For which volume?
It can be shown by my colleague. Page 416 of the Governance Bado. Sorry, on the County Assembly Bado. Does it order the county secretary as well as the county governor to pay the petitioners their salaries? Please, mindful of time.
Okay, the order issues conservatory orders.
Does it order you to pay, does it order the governor to pay salaries as well as salaries? Does it speak of a salary in that? The order number one. It is
yes, the interpretation of that order indicates that salaries should be paid.
Where specifically?
By restraining the respondents, whether by themselves, their offices, or their servants or agents whatsoever, from implementing the impugned decisions contained in the letters.
Where does the letter that we read is so express on payment of salaries? This particular one, does it speak of salaries payment?
This particular order freezes the letter on compulsory leave.
Does not talk on salaries. It is a factual.
No, a subsequent one talks on salary.
No, not this one. We are going to the.
Not this one that you're talking about.
This one does not order you to pay the salaries.
No, but there is a subsequent one in the same matter, which you appear for the petitioners.
Do you still want to maintain that you are verment that you are ordered by the court to pay salaries?
Yes, I still maintain that.
In accordance to?
In accordance to the court order.
Court order dated?
Let me take you there.
Court order dated? Kindly, mindful of time again?
Yes. The court order dated...
I'm only interested with the date. Dated when?
You're interested with the payment of salaries.
No, what is the date of that court order? What is the date of that court order?
19th October 2023.
19th October 2023, a year later. Confirm it's a year later. The other one is dated 7th of October 2022. That is a court order that came a year later.
True but wants to confirm whether they are being paid their salaries.
Yes, please confirm whether it's a year later. I want to refer you to page number 34 of the County Assembly Bado, volume 2. Pages 34, sorry. It's a copy of the payslip. Are you there?
Page
34 of our bundle.
Yes.
The payslip is dated March 2023.
Yes, it's for the salary of 2023 March.
March.
Yes.
Very well. Now I want you to the final question. The very final, honorable speaker. Whose responsibility is it to employ on acting capacities?
Sorry?
Whose responsibility is it to employ on acting capacities? Is it the County Public Service Board?
No, the County Public Service Board does not have that responsibility to employ on acting capacity.
Yes. Who has that responsibility?
The County Public Service Board can only employ in acting capacity where it has the responsibilities of employing those other, filling that position in substantive.
I am asking a simple question. Matters employment, whether in acting or substantive capacity, whose responsibility is that? In other words, I can refer you to section 59(1)(b) of the County Government Act.
I know section 64 also explains further that a public officer can employ in acting capacity, deployment, or designation.
Honorable Speaker, could I have just 2 minutes to wind up? My apologies. Just 2 minutes. I don't want to act outside the timelines. But I could have just...
Okay, you have 2 minutes to conclude.
Very well, thank you. I want to refer you to your letter signed by yourself on page 347 of your bundle, of your index. (347), quickly, please. Dated 9th of March 2023.
Yes, I am there.
347.
Yes, I am there.
Who is that individual that you are appointing to act in an active capacity as Director of External Partnership?
I am deploying.
You are deploying?
Yes.
To act from where to where?
I'm deploying
from
to the Directorate of External Partnership. Still within the...
From where to where?
Not from where to where, because it's still within that department.
It's very clear, from Office Administrator, Office of the Deputy Governor, to Directorate of External
Partnership Affairs.
Is that true?
Yes.
Did you have the powers to do that in accordance to section 59(1)(b) of the County Public Service Board?
In accordance to section 64, I had the powers to.
When you are doing this particular responsibility,
yes,
were you not acting under the directions of the governor?
No, I was acting as the acting county secretary and head of public service when we did not have that, when that position had not been filled.
You are deploying this person specifically to the office of the governor. True or not true?
That person was still in the office of the governor as an administrator to the deputy governor.
I'll make reference to one Edwin Murangeri, Kenneth Mweti Riongo, Gitobun Kanata, who are acting chief officers. Were these particular persons chief officers of substantive departments before they were deployed to act in those respective capacities?
Which one, sir?
I will refer you to pages 295 of volume 2. Are you there?
The County Assembly's document?
Yes, page 295.
Yes, I am.
Please read item number 6 on Elijah Kimathi Tojera. Just after the word food security, read the next.
To move from the Department of Trade, Tourism and Cooperatives to Department of Agriculture and Food Security as the acting chief officer.
As acting chief officer.
Yes.
Please also read number 3, Kobia Faith Kadure.
To move to Department of Economic Planning and ICT to perform the functions.
Now, and very last, in acting capacity again. Very last, read Number 12, Kenneth Mweti Riongo. Very last.
To move from Department of Legal Affairs, Public Service Management and Administration
Yes.
to Department of Trade and Cooperatives to perform the functions of the Chief Officer Trade.
In number 12, is there a reference to in acting capacity? Number 12, that's Kenneth Mweti Riongo.
No, because it's a deployment.
Is there a reference to acting capacity?
There is no, because it's a deployment.
There is no, I take that.
Yes.
Did this particular person go through the...
Council, your time is up.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Council for Governor, would you wish to re-examine?
Mr. Speaker,
Council, how
sir,
much time?
I will take 5 minutes or less.
Good.
Now, I have a few questions for you, Mr. Dickson Munene. And one of the questions is about your status in the county government. You have told this House in cross-examination that you were the county secretary or acting county secretary, or that you were holding on to more than one docket. Can you explain that in detail and the circumstances under which that happened?
Okay. When on 30th September of 2022, the governor nominated myself together with 9 others for appointment as CECs. And the list was forwarded to the Assembly. Only 3 of us were approved. And on 2nd of November 2022, when we assumed office as a CCM, Legal Affairs and Public Service Management and Administration, it effectively meant that the term of the other CCs had lapsed. And then the governor to reorganize the executive in such a way that I had to own some position in acting capacity. When we came here for the impeachment motion last year on December, there's an issue that arose that the position of the county secretary had not been properly filled. And the governor, there was a recommendation that the position of the county secretary should be properly filled. That is through advertisement and recruitment and approval by the assembly, the county assembly. So the process began, and thereafter I was given the position to act as the acting county secretary and head of public service, while still owning my substantive position of the CCM, Legal Affairs and Public Service Management.
Okay, so it's not context that you have given this testimony?
Yes, it is.
Now, who are said to have embezzled funds from the county? Are they county officials or other citizens?
Sorry?
Who are said to have embezzled the funds? Who are claimed to have embezzled funds? In terms of designation, or is it correct to say that these are public officials who are attached to the county? Is that correct? That's allegation.
Yes.
And these are under your docket, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So that it is in that capacity that you are giving your testimony today?
Yes, because these are officers that are under public service.
My good friend, Mr. Thiankolu, made reference to the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act and the issues of incurring expenditure prior. What is your explanation about that?
Okay, thank you. I'm referring to it.
Or
He referred
put
to
it more directly,
yes.
Is it unlawful for a prepayment to be made? That is the submission.
It is not unlawful for a prepayment to be made,
yes,
because the regulations that he referred to, if you go to Regulation 91 of the Public Finance Management Regulations of 2015, Regulation 91, Regulation 1 states that for the purposes of this subpart, an imprest is a form of cash advance, which is a prepayment, or a float which the accounting officer may authorize to be issued to officers who, in the course of duty, are required to make payments which cannot conveniently be made through the cash office of a government entity or bank account. So this is where prepayments comes in.
Okay, so that there's a legal basis for prepayments.
Yes.
Who is the accounting officer or the AIE holder in the office of the governor?
I indicated there's a chief officer. Initially, there used to be a chief of staff.
Are there mechanisms of accountability in respect to those to those holders, those office holders?
Yes, there are.
Is there a distinction between IFMIS and impressed?
Yes, there is.
Just in brief summary, so that we, to the best of your understanding.
The impressed is those prepayments and advances.
Yes.
IFMIS, it's actually a generated document from the IFMIS, which indicates the payments that have been made.
Indicates a payment that has been made?
Yes.
Okay. There was reference to payments that were made during the tenure of Governor Kiraitu, Honorable Kiraitu Murungi.
Yes.
Can you confirm, if it's true or not, that those payments were made actually on the same date? Is that something you're able to confirm?
Yes, I can confirm.
Is that the position?
It is the position.
So that the fact that a payment is made on a single day doesn't mean that that becomes an impeachable offense.
Yeah, and actually, they indicated the reasons why these payments are made on a single day is because at times the county can take 2 months or so, 3 months before the funds are released to the county. During this period, officers are sent to places. During this period, activities are going on. The county is still running. But on the basis that when these funds land to the county the account, then those people who have incurred expenses, they are going to claim those expenses, and the expenses might be paid in a day, even 5 of them, when the money is available.
So that is not irregular?
Yes, it is very regular.
Okay, we will. There was an issue I wanted to clarify about the court order. I saw the stay order, what you meant, what you understood by the stay order and what it meant.
Yes, what I meant is that after these particular officers were given letters, were sent on compulsory leave, the court order froze that letter, those letters sending them on compulsory leave, meaning that they are entitled to their benefits and salaries as a consequence of that court order.
Okay. We can then answer the last question, which was very difficult, with its simple answer. Mr. Mudomi asked you about a worksheet, and he put you to task whether it was a photocopy or not. Do you remember that question?
Yes, I remember.
Okay. Was that document the original?
It was not the original.
So it must have been a copy?
It must have been a copy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, honorable senators, we will have 10 minutes for questions and clarifications, starting with Senator Mutinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question will go to the Council for the Governor. And let me start by saying that Article 195 of the Constitution is very clear in regards to the powers of the County Assembly in regards to being able to summon for any person to appear for purposes of giving evidence or information, and Part B of that compels for the production of documents. On Volume 2, page 31 and page 32, we have letters that the CEC had been requested to be able to issue audited reports for financial year 22-23, knowing very well we are currently in financial year 23-24. And apparently, the response to the letter indicated that still, the Auditor General was in the process of auditing the financial statements, which forms part of the response that they had requested. and yet we have already closed financial year 22 and 23. So I would like a clarification as to why the CEC Finance was not in a position to be able to submit the audited reports as required as per the PFM Act. And on the same, PFM Act Article 91 states very clearly that the County Assembly should be able to set the capping for the interest amount. Did the Assembly have the opportunity to be able to cap the amount of interest that is supposed to be used as required? Because we've seen 78 million interest, but what we have in the records as per what has been tabled is amounting to a lesser amount. So we'd want to know the levels of the amounts of the interest. And finally, because I don't think I'll get maybe another opportunity, I would be very curious to know, Mr. Speaker, finally, if today, which is a very key day for this decision for the Meru County, knowing that this is the second impeachment process, Madam Governor, being the second one, you realize that all the MCAs in the first round agreed to your impeachment. The second round, the same MCAs agreed to your impeachment. Madam Governor, knowing very well that the County Assembly are responsible for passing your budgets, how do you then plan, if you go back to the same county, how will you ensure that these same MCAs who still impeached you for the second time are still going to ensure that they pass your budget so that you can continue with the developments required in Meru, and you're going to offer the Meru people the services, quality services that they deserve? Those are my simple questions, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Council.
I didn't get that question, but there are some questions to the witness. Perhaps he can start with those.
Okay, thank you. Probably the question that was posed to me is on why the CEC Finance, what response the CEC Finance gave to the County Assembly when requested to submit the IFMIS, an extract of the IFMIS, as per the letter dated 9th October 2023. And the response that the CCM Finance gave, that these are statements that the Public Finance Management Act under Section 164 makes provisions for the county treasury of the county government to prepare and submit the audit to the Auditor General the annual financial statements in respect of county governments. And the CCM further saying that it is upon the completion of the audit that a report is submitted to the County Assembly, where within 3 months after receiving the audit report, the County Assembly can take appropriate action. So the audit process is ongoing. When this process finalizes, the audit report will be tabled to the Assembly, and the Assembly can take appropriate action on the same.
Talking of financial year 23-24.
Senator Tabitha, you certainly cannot do that. Proceed, Council.
Just answer.
Okay. I'll let the witness also answer the second question, which was on why we accounted for less than what was set out there.
Thank you. And why we accounted for only 2 million as opposed to the 78 million that has been alleged here is that the manner in which that count was framed, it was, the allegation was that the governor has misappropriated funds through specific named persons who are indicated and collectively referred to as the governor's relatives. It is on this breadth that we endeavored to account for payment that has been made to these particular specific persons amounting to 2 million.
Okay, and then the last question that you asked, or first which was overlapping, we have said that there are consequences for disobeying a summon by the county assembly. That is set out in statute, so that if somebody is summoned and that person does not appear, the county assembly, just like this house, has something it can do to command the enforcement of the orders. So that I think that that is there. It doesn't mean that somebody has to be impeached. There are cases where we have seen, for example, this house summoning someone who doesn't appear. Doesn't mean those people then become a subject of an impeachment. That's what we are responding to in the context of this discussion.
Senator Maruma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is some clarification from Mr. Munene. We have some invoices that are not signed by the authorizing officers. You have indicated that they have not been signed because the original documents which have all the signatures are with the external auditors. But Mr. Speaker, my knowledge of accounting has it that the documents that are taken to the auditors are actually original copies and you are left with the photocopies. So I don't know how you're able to get these documents that you've put in the annexures. Where did you fish them from? I want that clarity, because then the ones with all the signatures were with the external auditors. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I indicated that these documents, we got them from the file of the Chief of Staff. The Chief of Staff, ordinarily what he does is that before he forwards the document, the original document to the Department of Finance, he makes a copy. And when we were given these directives that we need to respond within 3 days, I requested the Chief of Staff to give me a copy of the file that he owns, where these documents are.
Senator Miraj.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My questions goes to the County Assembly. Are the IFMIS transactions that form the basis of the impeachment of the governor the same ones that are the same ones under investigations at the EACC? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Respond.
Mr. Speaker, we do not know. All we know is that this complaint was also sent to the EACC and to many other agencies. Whether EACC is actually investigating it, we do not know, and there is no evidence, either from the governor or from anyone, that the EACC is investigating these complaints.
Senator Lekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've got two clarifications that I need to get clarified. One is from the lawyer. I was listening to, and the question...
Which lawyer? There are so many lawyers here.
The lawyer for the Assembly. Thionkolu. It's a very good name. Volume 3. We are looking at Section 45, Protection of Public Property and Revenue, etc. So you referred to 45, 2A, Roman numeral number 2 and 3. And specifically you said goods not supplied or not supplied in full, number 2, services not rendered or not adequately rendered. So the question that I wanted to get clarity from you is whether you are relying 100% on the IFMIS extracts or you've received audited financial statements as per Section 31 of the Public Audit Act, and I want to remind you, Section 31(5) stipulates that after the audit process, they shall be tabled in Parliament and also at the Assembly. So if you can clarify that, I'd really appreciate it. Number two, I asked this question yesterday. I didn't get a proper clarification. It has come back again today on the issue of the accounting officer. Section 103 of the PFM Act establishes the county treasury, and it puts the CEC in charge of finance as the head of the county treasury. Section 199 of the PFM Act, which is a penalty clause, stipulates penalties which are going to befall any public officer who is in charge of the resources and does not account for them. Could you kindly clarify whether the documents that you've supplied in the case have been audited by the Auditor General and an opinion rendered by the Auditor General on the actual position of those funds? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Council, proceed to respond.
Mr. Speaker, we answered yesterday that the oversight function of the County Assembly and indeed of the Senate is not conditioned upon or dependent on whether there is a report by the Auditor General. So it is no requirement that we have a report from the Auditor General as a precondition for raising the issues and picking up the problems that the Assembly has picked in this matter. It is true, Mr. Speaker, that under the PFM Act, the accounting officer would be either the CEC Finance or any other person designated. However, what we have equally found strange, and I think one honorable senator pointed it, the CEC Finance refused, and it's on the record, to submit the documents to the Assembly in our submission on completely outrageous and frivolous grounds. The second matter we found strange is that the documents presented by the governor in answer to the charges are not authenticated by that CEC Finance. They are not authenticated by the chief officer in that department, among other people. We also found it strange, Mr. Speaker, that when this matter arose, the governor chose to call our head of legal as the witness to explain, as opposed to the CEC Finance. There is a question of goods supplied and services not rendered. We cited Section 45 of the Anti-Corruption Act because it is one of the many sections that address this question of prepayments, and the specific reason we cited it, Mr. Speaker, is in our very humble submission, impressed cannot explain the prepayment of 78 million shillings. And even if it were to be accepted for argument's sake, just for argument's sake, that impressed would be an answer, that would be an admission to abuse of interest by the very definition of the same, because the law specifies what type of expenses can be defrayed by way of interest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chimera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that opportunity. I just have two questions directed to either the witness or the counsel to the governor. The response that you filed before us, Governor, page 105 to page 112, on the if missed payments relates to just 3 individuals, yet what have been given by the County Assembly has many other recipients. Perhaps you can clarify on that. The other question I have is on the IFMIS payments. There are payments made to one Jane Karimi Kaitha, and on a particular date, I think the 20th of September 2022, she received payments totaling to about 3.9 million in one single day. Are these payments also IFMIS payments, or they are payments related to other services perhaps? If they are not IFMIS, interest payments rather, how come the county government was paying this particular individual IFMIS payments as interest and not in other form, maybe RTGS or another form of payment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Counsel for Governor.
Thank you. The question, I think, Mr. Speaker, has been directed to either the counsel or the witness.
I proceed to respond then.
Thank you. The reason why we have given documents in relation to 3 people or 3 persons mentioned, the answer is in the motion itself and the manner in which it was framed, where it was indicated, the allegation was that the governors grossly violated the law in the following: through embezzlement of county funds through the governor's sisters and the nephew to the governor's husband, all of whom are collectively referred to as the governor's relatives. That was A. B says is withdrawal of county funds under the guise of payment for various supplies by the governor's relatives. So the manner in which this particular count was framed, we were required to respond to the issues of the persons referred and collectively referred in the motion as governor's relatives, and they were listed, they were enumerated there. So if the motion indicated that the governor, or the allegation or the claim was that the governor has embezzled funds through Jane Karimi or any other person that appears in the IFMIS, then we would have substantively responded to that.
Thank you. Lastly, Senator Sifuna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To counsel for the Assembly, there have been repeated references to alleged forgeries. This is specifically with regards to a work ticket whose serial number has appeared severally. I want the Assembly to clarify whether those documents have been subjected to any verification process, which Council is aware, whether there is a document examiner's report to back the allegation or assertion by the Assembly that in fact those documents are forgeries. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Counsel for the County Assembly.
Mr. Speaker, we only received those documents, I believe, on Saturday evening, so we've not had the opportunity to subject them to a forensic examination. However, you don't need to be an expert in forensics to point out that the dates in that work ticket don't follow natural chronology of events. You don't have to be an expert in document analysis if you're familiar with the frequency of the use of motor vehicles to know that the same work ticket cannot apply to different motor vehicles or even the same motor vehicle for a period of 4 months. And it is on those prima facie, on the face of it, discrepancies and irregularities that we concluded they were forgeries. The next reason why we concluded they were forgeries, these are documents that should be easily available in the governor's office. They were not availed to the Assembly when they were requested, and they were not availed to the Assembly in the impeachment motion. We are being slapped with them at the tail end. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Counsel for the governor, you indicated you had 4 witnesses. You may now proceed to call your 4th witness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Our next and last witness is Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County.
By way of time indication, Counsel, how much time do you think you will need with this witness?
I think that with 1.5 hours, I will be through with the witness.
Swear in the witness.
I, Bishop Kawira Mwangaza, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect to the matter before the Senate shall be the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Kindly introduce yourself, your full names and the capacity you hold for record purposes.
Thank you, Speaker and Honorable Senators. I'm Bishop Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor, Meru County.
Thank you. You have received the notice of impeachment, and subsequently the County Assembly of Meru resolved to remove you from office through impeachment. Is that the reason why you're before the Senate today?
Yes.
You have had an occasion to look at all the materials presented by the County Assembly in support of the impeachment. You've also had an opportunity to file a response to that motion.
Yes.
That is the response before the Senate, the one dated 3rd of November 2023?
Yes.
Together with your affidavit in support of your response?
Yes.
Would you wish, first of all, to affirm that the contents therein form part of your response?
Yes.
Thank you. You were also present at the Senate yesterday when counsel for the County Assembly described you in a certain manner through comparison with a certain criminal in Europe.
Yes, I was.
Is that a true description of your personality?
No, not at all.
Not at all. Specifically, the counsel for the County Assembly accused you of demeaning this House by making a mockery of the impeachment process that found you not guilty in December last year. Did you at any time make a mockery of the proceedings?
Counsel for Governor.
No.
Yes.
The counsel for the County Assembly did apologize and indeed sought to have that record expunged. So as far as we are concerned, that particular record does not form part of the record.
Most obliged. Then I withdraw that line of examination in chief and proceed. Madam Governor, you have been accused of not being capable of working with leaders in Meru, particularly members of County Assembly. And this particular allegation was that you were only able to work for a few weeks after you reconciled with the MCS. Is that true?
That is not true.
That is not true.
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, for how long have you been having an harmonious working relationship with members of County Assembly?
We've been working together with the members of County Assembly till the last almost 2 months only.
The last 2 months?
Yes.
Are you talking about the month of August and September?
August and September.
Yes. So it is your evidence that throughout the year, save for the 2 months, you have been in a perfect working relationship with members of County Assembly?
Extra perfect relationship working with the members of County Assembly.
What made it possible for you to have this harmonious working relationship with the members of County Assembly? Did you have any intentional efforts to mend the fallout that you had with MCs? Did you make?
It is from your office. It is in your response, Madam Governor.
In my response, we are dealing with the IFMIS report by Saresio, the activist, or a report from my office.
If I unpack your own defense for you to answer the question, I don't know, Madam Speaker, who is answering questions. In your defense, you actually rely on the report by Salesio. And in addition, you have brought something you have manually typed, which is a parallel document, not the one from IFMIS.
Counsel, you're insisting that she has...
The High Court files a constitutional case, seeks a constitutional interpretation.
The provisions of this section, the County Public Service Board shall take necessary corrective action. This is something that the law prescribes its own procedure of remedying. Why would we use a sledgehammer of an impeachment when the law actually prescribes a lesser restrictive measure that can solve the problem? That's what the County Assembly has engaged you in. Naming a public road after the husband. Show us the road. Oh, let's go to Facebook. You'll find the... Surely, Senate has been engaged in that argument. I thought they would drop it in their final argument. Council stood here and insisted, we have produced compelling evidence in a Facebook post. That's elevating jokes to new heights. Contempt of the Assembly. 1, tasked to explain where that offense is found in statute. The witness, of course, stuttered. The governor has contextualized all her responses to the County Assembly. May I just inform this Senate? You have summoned the governors here who have said, let us go to court and interpret the scope of your powers as Senate to invite us, to interrogate us. And you have engaged them in court. That is
Honorable Senators, we shall now proceed to charge number 3, bullying, vilification, and demeaning other leaders. You may proceed to vote. Honorable Senators, we now move to charge number 4, illegal appointments and usurpation of statutory powers. You may now proceed to vote. Honorable Gataya, you're out of order, and I call you to order. The Honorable Senator Tom Ojenda, proceed to dispatch and cast your vote. Honorable Senators, we shall now move to charge number 5, contempt of court. You may proceed to vote. Honorable Senators, we shall now move to charge number 6, illegally naming of a public road after her husband. You may proceed to vote. Now, Honorable Senators, we shall proceed to the last charge. Now, to the members of public, depending on which side you are, and depending on how the voting will be done on this last charge, you must be silent. To the parties, it matters not the outcome of the vote on the last charge. You must be seated in silence. To the members who are seated in Speaker's Gallery, it matters not the outcome of the vote on the last charge. You must sit in silence. Charge number 7, contempt of the Assembly. Senators, you may now proceed to vote. Senator Siango, take your seat. Honorable Senators, the results of the division are as follows. Charge number 1, misappropriation and misuse of county resources. Ayes 19, nays 28. The nays have it. Charge number 2, nepotism and related unethical practices. Ayes 5, nays 42, abstain 0, the nays have it. Charge number 3, bullying, vilification and demeaning other leaders. Ayes 3, nays 44, abstain 0, the nays have it. Charge number 4, illegal appointments and usurpation of statutory powers. The ayes 20 votes, nays 27 votes, abstain 0 vote, the nays have it. Charge number 5, contempt of court. The ayes 3 votes, the nays 44 votes, abstain 0, so the nays have it. Charge number 6, illegally naming a public road after her husband. Ayes 4 votes, the nays 43 votes, abstain 0, so the nays have it. Charge number 7, contempt of the Assembly. Ayes 10 votes, nays 37 votes, abstain 0, so the nays have it. Now, Honorable Senators, Section 33(7) of the County Governments Act provide as follows. If a majority of all members of the Senate vote to uphold any impeachment charge, the governor shall cease to hold office. Honorable Senators, the result of the division indicate that the Senate has not upheld any of the impeachment charges. Pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33(8) of the County Governments Act, and Standing Order 87 of the Senate Standing Orders, the Senate has failed to remove from office by impeachment Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County. And the Governor accordingly continues to hold office. You may now withdraw the bars and open the doors. Now, to the parties. You shall stay seated as the senators exit the chamber. Likewise, the people who are in the public gallery, you will stay seated as the senators leave the chamber. And for those who are seated in the public gallery, you shall stay seated as the senators leave the chamber. Honorable Senators, you may now rise. Senator Sotsi. Order, Honorable Senators, order. Honorable Senators, there being no other business on the order paper, the Senate stands adjourned until Tuesday, 14th of November 2023 at 2:30 p.m. I thank you. That communication was communicated here by Senator Muma.
For those who attend sessions, they know.
Well, that is the end of the two-day trial of the proposed removal from office of Governor Kawira by impeachment, a resolution that was reached by the County Assembly, but the governor has survived the impeachment. The Speaker has just given the results of the division with the 7 charges, and the 47 senators participated in the vote. None of them chose to abstain, and in all those 7 charges, with all the 47 senators participating in the charge, none of the charges was substantiated. All of them turned out unsubstantiated, thereby saving the governor, and the governor, of course, will continue to do her duties as demanded by the position she holds. But we understand, of course, with the Standing Order 80, the Speaker will be communicating. Standing Order 87 indicates that if a vote in the Senate fails to result in the removal of the governor, the Speaker of the Senate shall notify the Speaker of the concerned county according, and the motion by this Assembly for the removal of the governor on the same charges may only be reintroduced to the Senate after the expiry of 3 months. Well, that has been the end of this live broadcast of the two-day trial, and the result is, as you have seen, the governor has survived that particular impeachment. On behalf of the directors for the PBU and KBC, Doris Gitonga, Bernard Timbe, and Mudhoni; the sound, Evelyn Chalo, Ruben Musimi; camera persons, Jim Odhiambo, David Gashagwa, Alan Kigali. My name is Kamche Menza. We've been glad that you've joined us throughout this proceeding, and I will now hand you over back to our studios at KEBC. That's it from here. Bye. Good night.